Hello everyone and welcome to the 13th and final episode of Campaign 2 of Speedrunners and Dragons, the show where I lead your favorite speedrunners on a daring adventure through a dastardly tabletop world of my creation. My name is Adef and I'll be your Dungeon Master tonight. Joining us as always are Danny B, Dangers, the Blacktastic, DGR Dave, Kung Fu Fruit Cup, and Fant TV. Every other Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Eastern here on twitch.tv/Adef, 6 of them would be traveling around the lands found in the Liseptian Ocean, attempting to find its secrets and save the world, but this is the last one. This is the last one. Last time on Speedrunners and Dragons. After nearly finishing off Simpeth, Lintu and Simpeth fused into a joint being, more fearsome than either would have been alone. After Veril narrowly escaped death thanks to a semi-botched and then successful throw from El, the heroes crushed the being, and the swampy dimension in which they were trapped began to fade away. Our heroes found themselves looking at a New York City skyline in some kind of Brink-created vision. They watched as Steven took a phone call. He asked the person on the other line about a reservation for 8:30 and if they were able to make it or not. He said he was looking forward to seeing them, whomever this person was on the other line, and then he hung up. As he left through his front door, our heroes were whisked away once again back to the peninsula on Castash in which they had originally entered the Tortoise Spirit. The Tortoise looked healed and pleased and thanked them via Alencia for their help. King Carlisle and Arello then informed the team that it had been 6 days and that nearly everyone in Krellerin had awoken. Carlisle also let them know that there was to be a meeting of all the Liseptian Ocean's various nations' leaders the following day in Stunstone, a fortress in the snowy north of Castash. After venturing to the fortress aboard the Golden Razor, our heroes had one final nice night together in merry spirits before the coming clash. There was drinking aplenty, with games and stories told and dares made. Additionally, Arello and Elion had a swell time finding out that there was a potentially more than friendship in store for the two of them. Relatedly, Alencia is the wingwoman of the century. At the meeting the next day, it was decided that the gang would venture to the God's Land, Terrell, before the combined forces of the world. 2 days before the summer solstice, to be precise. The combined forces of the various nations and the pirates would then staggeredly arrive the following day. The pirates would deal with Imprelius, and the heroes were to fight with Shemoth and Urelian. After arriving at Terrell, Elion and the group said goodbye to Arello, with Veril, of course, being a complete dingus when it comes to social cues. Our heroes then encountered Urelian, who forced Shemoth to take them on alone, to atone for when she let them live at the beginning of this whole long journey. Notably, Urelian had 2 eyes, whereas before, when our heroes had met him, he had only a left eye. Our heroes then watched on as Stem appeared, revealed that he was her son, talking about Shemoth, and the two of them utterly beat the absolute crap out of each other. Through their clearly unresolved tension, their brinks turned their fiery weapons and magic into magma and lava, creating a flurry of flame the likes of which the world may never have seen before. The two lay dead on the battlefield not long after a decisive and simultaneous stab to each other's hearts. Stem, moments before death, apologized to the team for not letting them in on any of the action. He was just too eager to kill his mother, after all. Stem, apparently, had also dealt with Taoro, the Triton seer whose brink allowed him to keep tabs on our heroes. This allowed our heroes to then stay the night in Terrell and await the coming forces. The following morning, Urelian appeared after the combined monster and humanoid forces of the gods ventured south to clash with the arriving combined forces of the world's militaries. Imprelius also having dashed south to meet the pirate forces in combat on the seas, and Urelian now standing alone against our heroes, with Taoro in tow. A furious Urelian explained how hard it was to find Taoro due to Stem's antics. Urelian then demanded Taoro contact Imprelius and bring him back to level the playing field against our 6 protagonists. Urelian then activated his brink, by blood, and split into 2 versions of himself, the left and the right, with 1 eye each, respective to their names. We now join our heroes as they prepare for combat against the chief of the gods, split into what appears to be 2 copies, and with the knowledge that the god of the seas fast approacheth. Welcome to the finale of Campaign 2 of Speedrunners and Dragons.
Good evening, Cleveland! Live from everywhere.
How did you know that's where I was?
Loud as the
I'm
last
trying to
one.
learn how to do
too,
that.
Bobby. Incredible.
What's up, gamers?
How do you do that?
I'm not very good at it. I don't know. You just like loosen your wrists and just have a good time.
You're not very good, and you're just.
Don't quote that.
Just loosen your wrists and have a good time.
Cheers, I'll drink to that, bro.
Cheers, Bob. We're dining with Steve this evening. This is Steve.
It's his 60th birthday today.
Evidently, it's Steve's 60th birthday. When this was actually made, I do not know, but it's
That thing could be older
It'll
than you.
always be his 60th birthday then.
forever enshrined.
Where did you find that?
It is. I'm streaming out of my delightful mod Boo's house. Big thank you to him, of course. Again, he and his wife Allison have been generous enough to let me stream out of their apartment for going on 3 weeks now. And their adorable dog Link. And Boo, I asked for a koozie just before this, and Boo handed me this. So that's where it comes from. Evidently, it was.
Get the lore.
It was at Steve's 60th birthday. Is where it comes from.
Oh yeah.
But gamers, how we feeling? Party members, how we feeling about the finale? Bittersweet, perhaps?
A little bit.
A little bittersweet, but also
I'm a little nervous.
a little nervous. Why is that?
I'm using tilt controls.
Amazing.
I'm not ready to give up Vero. I'm
Yeah.
attached to him.
Had a lot of fun.
It's
The doc will never stop being pissed.
Haddock
Veryl's
is
so innocent. He has so much to learn. Next season is just Veryl on his quest to like.
Barrel spin-off.
I would love it. It's like Joey. It's like the Joey TV show, except it's Veryl.
I'd love to see Veryl dropped in New York City by some sort of weird brink accident.
That would be great. I'd like to see Veryl trying to swipe an MTA card. That's good. All right, well, I'm afraid we must jump into things so as not to dally any further. So we're popping over, of course, to one of the more intense playlists. Of course, gamers, Urelian now stands before you, or rather, they both do. And one thing to note also is that when the two of them split, he said by blood, but it seems like their voices are almost distinct. Like, the left that you had met sort of has this, like, a little bit of a British dialect going on, and whereas the right has a little bit more of an American accent, a little bit more reserved. And you definitely can tell that, like, even their body language is a little bit different. It's not, like, super significant to the point that you're like, oh, that's two different people. But there seem to be some differences betwixt the two of them.
You just said the left and the right. I just made the connection to the guy introducing himself as the left at the mansion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
There are pieces in motion in this finale that go all the way back to episode 1. There are pieces
Oh my gosh.
of the lore document that will finally be exposed. There's also
ABC?
there-
ABC?
Okay, the ABC is the one storyline that might not get wrapped up.
Been waiting.
I just don't feel like they matter very much. But yes, there's one thing, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's one thing tonight that I'm a little bit nervous about that I've been planning for a while, and we'll see how it goes. But regardless, so the left and the right now stand before you, and the left is just like, he says, it's time to finally finish this. Chimoth is quite clearly a disgrace, and the rest of my team obviously doesn't know what a threat you clearly pose, but see, to me, to us, that's really not anything, is it? And the right's like, yeah, can we get this over with, please? And the two of them start approaching you, and the left says, by the way, this is just really the first stage. This part of our brink is called By Blood Split Pact. If you're unlucky, you might see some other pacts this fine day. But if we're lucky, this is all you'll see. And the right's like, you gotta stop talking. Like, this is too much information, I feel like, to just be divulging right at the start. And and they sort of just start bickering, and they're just kind of talking about, like, nothing back and forth. And then the left looks at all of you and is like, anyway, shall we? And you feel brink energy exploding from both of them. And right up top, gamers, we're rolling initiative.
Oh yeah.
Let's go, baby.
One of my favorite roles.
Right behind wasabi, California.
And rainbow and spicy tuna.
Tuna.
That's right.
Spicy tuna is my favorite. All right, Daneth.
You're
You
muted.
are muted, my friend.
New setup made in 5 minutes. I got a 20.
20. Alencia.
15.
15. Elion.
23.
23. Hadak.
16.
16. Veryl.
10.
10. Jader.
I got the rear, as always, 9.
Watch out for that
Say
vat
one.
of nuts.
I got you guys.
Hotness.
Bringing up the rear.
All right, Elion, you're first up to the plate.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and use my action to cast my wait, which one is it? Mirror image. That's the one. So 3 duplicates of myself, all copying my movements, and they're vibing.
They're
Next
vibing.
minute. They do be vibing.
All right, and another thing for all the players tonight, since no combat is going to bridge into another episode, it is on you to count how many turns has this spell been active. How many? It's just honor system individually.
Right.
Does Bardic Inspiration, is that like inspiration points, like carrying over between, like I could just hold on to that? Or
If
once.
you've never used it, I think that's fine, right?
Okay.
Like I don't.
Oh, sick.
Let me just read into Bardic Inspiration here. Once the Bardic Inspiration die is rolled, it is lost. Creature can only have 1 at a time.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Only one at a time, but once you use it, it's gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So if you have
I
just
still have
been holding on to a Bardic Inspiration die this whole time, then yeah, that's totally
Yeah,
fine.
I think I never used it from
I
the
don't think I
fight
used
against
mine.
Simpeth and Lintu.
Same.
Right. All right. In that case, I'll use my bonus action to Mantle of Inspiration. I'm level 8 now. No, nothing different happens. So everybody gets temporary hit points. You get temporary hit points. You get temporary hit points. You all get temporary hit points, and you get to react with your movement speed.
It's worth stating that he is 30 feet away from you. It's the classic ADEF combat start. Enemy stands your full movement speed in front if you are an average character.
We have eight temporary hit points, right?
Correct.
Cool.
All right,
Stay put.
anybody going to
I will
use their movement speed?
I'll use the movement speed to close the distance 15 feet.
Okay,
I'm gonna back up
okay. How far?
20 feet.
You got it?
I'm gonna move laterally 30 feet. If there's room.
To the right or the left?
To the left.
Okay.
You bump into my shoulder, and then I move back 20 feet.
Okay.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
Still recovering from last night's. I apologize.
We like fist bump. I'm like, you're welcome for.
I'm gonna
Yeah, another
move.
little sneaky high five.
I'm gonna move 5 feet closer to 25 feet away.
Okay. And everybody just keep track of those numbers. Because that's a lot of numbers. And who knows, maybe if there's a campaign 3, there will actually be visual representation of combat. Wow. Excellent. Anybody else? Everybody good? Sweet. Elion, anything else on your turn?
That is my turn.
Excellent. Up next is Daneth.
Man, I'm talking to Urelian. He's like, you two are so ugly. I don't know who to shoot first.
We needed this last episode.
I'm gonna feel out the waters right now. I'm not going to just activate my brig yet. So we're just gonna play nice, and I'm gonna shoot my first target at the left
Okay.
with my bow, which is a 19 hit.
19 hits.
Okay, I'm gonna roll my damage. Oh, I guess I forgot to do Hunter's Mark.
You're shooting at the left?
Shooting at the left. I'm putting the Hunter's Mark on the left.
Okay.
So that's gonna be another one of these, and that is 14 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do the multi attack. See, this is a 18. Does 18 hit?
Yes.
It's also
Okay.
a multi-attack.
Multi attack.
Multi-dick.
I was waiting for. It's the last episode, dude. You got it.
And then that is a 10 damage.
And you're
I'm just
attacking the
looking
same
around,
one
just,
twice.
see a response. I'm just like,
That's the
and
same guy
going to the
twice,
right.
right?
second one goes to right.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, both of them, the arrows mean nothing to them, essentially. They took damage, sure.
But they're like...
But they literally just, like, pull them out if they are stuck in and thrown to the ground.
Like, Alright.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Jader.
Where is Intermission?
So he has not met up with you guys yet, but evidently...
He's not in the
no,
battle.
evidently he was told to hightail.
He's on his way back, but he's not here.
Evidently.
He finna be there.
He finna be there.
He finna be there.
He finna pull up, smoke.
Adef, please.
Is that your turn, Daneth?
That ends Daneth's turn.
Okay. It is now Urelian's turn. The left, or the right will go first. And let's look at what he can do. Also, everything this evening is, nothing came from a book. So these boss encounters, anytime you fight a god, it's organic, which is why some of them were so bad. Okay, so the first thing that the right is going to do is, who's closest? Haddock?
Yeah.
The right is going to walk up to you, and he collects some brink in his fist and attempts to punch you. Does a 14 hit?
No.
Okay, he punches and you dodge out of the way. He looks like he's kind of just like testing the waters a little bit. And the left then comes up and is like, please, and does the exact same thing. Does a 17 hit?
No.
Okay, well, it also misses, and now the right is just like, see? And the two of them are just like bickering with one another. It's like you guys aren't even there, essentially. They're toying with you. And it is now Haddock's turn.
Oh, and that's absolutely great. But before I deal with the two of them, we gotta.
What's
At the third spell level, targeting everybody but the two foes and myself, you get plus 1d4 for those attack rolls and saving throws, so keep that in mind for 10 turns. For my bonus action, I will conjure the spiritual weapon at a second spell slot in the form of Killingsworth's axe.
Do you want the stats on Killingsworth's axe?
Kinda, yeah. I don't think that would actually like matter. It's just spiritual weapon.
It matters to me.
Oh, okay. Yes, final episode, baby. Let's go.
Characters, Billingsworth, because I never changed it. Okay, Billingston's axe is... Well, I don't know how spiritual weapons plus whatever to hit works, but that will be whatever it is for your spiritual weapon, like how that works. I don't know what stat it takes. But it is 2d10 plus 7. Quote me, there is... I don't know, I wrote this. There is nothing magical about this axe, save that Billingston trusts his life to it. It is special to him, and that's all there is to it. Same with Killingston.
All right. I like it.
Wait, you're telling me
like
Killingston is just a reskinned Billingston? My perception of reality is shattered.
Second part of my spiritual weapon is that I can actually take a swing with it, so I will swing my left, I guess they're right. So the right.
The right, sure.
Yeah. So swinging at the right for a 19.
That hits.
Okay. You said 2d10 plus 7.
2d10 plus 7.
Okay.
That's nasty.
And then actually, plus some more damage, but let me roll this first.
Or I guess it should be 2d10 plus your strength plus your proficiency.
Okay.
So whatever your strength is plus proficiency, that is going to be the add-on to 2d10.
All right, so that was a 15.
Okay.
And for extra damage, I have Divine Strike. Whenever I make a weapon attack or I think spiritual weapon attacks would work with that. I can also deal an extra 1d8 radiant damage, so I'll tack onto that.
Hit it up.
Or 19.
So that was how much
Just
on top
19
of...
total damage. It was just 19 total.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Excellent. Is
And
that your
now-
turn?
Yep, it's my turn.
Sweet. We go now to Alencia.
I'm gonna do something that you've never heard of, and I'm gonna activate my brink and use Hunter's Mark.
There you go. Which
So
one are
weird.
you? Which one are you marking?
I feel like I'm trying to decide who I want to see without the other half more with their personalities. That's
I
why
marked the
I'm
left.
targeting one.
If that affects your decision at all.
If what?
I marked the left. If that affects your decision at all.
I'll mark the right.
There you go.
And I've
Mark 'em.
activated my brink, and that's an action, so
Sweet.
that should be it.
Would you like to move at all?
I'm right next to Elion, I think, right? Elion?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm
50
good. We're
feet
chilling.
away.
We're hanging out.
Okay, sweet.
We're hanging out.
Weird time to hang out, but sure. And Varel, it's your turn.
Okay. I have a quick question for you. Maybe you don't want to answer this, but out of curiosity, do the two of them have different abilities?
That is not information you would be privy to yet if it were true.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to. Who's the one that Hadak just hit?
The right.
But they're both kind of right there anyway, right?
Yeah,
They're within 5 feet of
aggravate.
each other.
Okay. I'm gonna go stand next to Hadak, and I'm going to try to hit the right with my quarterstaff.
Okay.
That is a 21 to hit,
Hit.
and let's see. I am going to do 13 damage from the quarterstaff. We're going to roll again. For
That was on
our
the right, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Next one is a 19 to hit,
Hit.
and 12 damage
Nice.
from the multi attack.
It's just,
multi-hit.
relentless arrows, then Hadok's killing Synax, and then relentless hits from Varel, and they're definitely starting to see that, you are the real deal.
Yeah. So next I am going to use Liberation of Shadow as a bonus action. I'm gonna prick my hand, and my shadow is going to detach from me and stand up, pull himself out of the ground, become a three-dimensional being similar to me in all dimensions, and he's gonna take up a fighting stance right next to me.
Okay.
And I believe we've done it that the shadow gets a turn now.
I think so.
So
I
the
think
shadows.
that's canon.
Yeah. The Shadow's going to do the exact same thing. Or attempt to do the exact same thing. First roll is a crit fail.
Nice. The Shadow is a little intimidated by this very similar brink almost. It's like a separation 2-on-2, and completely whiffs and falls onto its back. It's seated.
Okay. Does that mean its turn is over, or can I take a bonus action?
If you want to attack it, you're going to attack with disadvantage.
Okay. So I can follow up with my multi attack with disadvantage.
Sure.
Or can the shadow use its movement to stand up first?
Yeah, we'll go with movement speed to stand up should be fine.
Okay, cool. So he's gonna stand up and then use the second of his multi attack. That was a 7. Nope. Well, plus 8 is 15. Does 15 hit?
Nope.
Okay. So as the shadow's bonus action, after whiffing 2 times, he is intimidated. So he's going to spend 1 key point to enter patient defense.
Okay.
So he's gonna just kind of be standing like this.
Sweet. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Then we're on to our boy Jader. Let's go, nut boy.
So you said they are starting to feel a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something here. I've wanted to use this since I've got it. Why not on the final boss? I bought a blow dart, and I would like to use my blowgun and shoot the right in the empty eye socket and see...
It's not even, so for what it's worth, it's not even like a socket, it's just like flat flesh.
Ew. Oh.
But it's not like unpleasant,
Oh.
it's just like their face.
Okay. Well, I really want to use my blow dart, so
You
never
can
mind.
you can still do that.
I don't think it'll do anything. I was hoping there was like a, weak spot here.
I'm sure an
Maybe aim
eyeball
for
is
the
still
other
a
eye,
weak
the one
spot.
that's there.
You can shoot the eye that's there, yeah, if you want.
No.
What else are you gonna use it, Dan? Or I was about to say my own name, Jader.
All right. I guess I'll get close and... How close are they?
They're within
'Cause they moved up
15.
to
They're
get-
within 15 feet of the starting position.
All right, I'm gonna get closer to... Which one did Varel hit?
The right.
Then I'll hit the left. I'm gonna
Okay.
attempt to smack and hit the left here. Does a 18 hit?
Yes.
Or 13 damage,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna use my extra attack.
Okay.
Not the multi-attack, but it's an
But extra.
extra. To try and smack again. Yeah, that'll hit. 24 hit.
Yep.
For 16.
Okay. So you're using the Vorpal blade, I assume.
Correct.
Okay, so you slice once, and then you come in for the second slice, and the brink in the left and the brink in your sword suddenly start interacting, and the left grabs the blade, and then full hands with another hand and starts squeezing in on the blade, and is going to take 8 damage from doing so. And he attempts to rip it from your hands. Roll strength.
Oh, baby.
Come on, Jader. Come on, Jader.
You must beat a 22. That's what he rolled.
Did not beat it.
Do you
He...
include your other dice?
What?
Don't we get something from Bless for saving?
This is not a saving throw. This is just like a pure strength off.
Pure strength off. Okay.
He rips the Vorpal blade out of your hands, and as he's holding it, he looks you in the eyes and he says, "This is the blade that killed my son." And then he just chucks the blade, and it goes very far to your north, like 100 feet to your north, and sticks in the ground.
Good thing I have my blow dart. That's my turn.
Okay.
Thank
You're welcome. Thank you. Up next is Elion.
All right, let's go. This is as good a time as any for a little foul play, I think. So, all 4 copies of me prick their finger, and bird appears. Bird or birds?
Bird.
This is all for visual effect, by the way. They don't really have any sort
Okay,
of...
then birds, I guess.
Yeah, if one of my copies disappears, the other bird disappears,
Yeah.
whatever.
And those birds
So
don't
birds.
do anything.
Yeah, they just kind of vibe. The bird is going to take its turn now, though, that's happened, and fly over to Daneth, and then straight back, and land on our respective shoulders.
Okay. I think you already know how Daneth's Brink works. I can give you the
More or
hard
less,
details
but
later.
I think I do have to deafen to know what everybody's
Yeah,
trust level is.
if you're using the Brink right away, which I think is an action. Daneth,
Okay,
is
so I'd have to wait.
is activating your Brink an action, Daneth?
It's an action.
Okay, so you'll have to wait.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. And then as a bonus action, as a thank you for allowing Daneth to have his Brink stolen, sort of, I'm going to give Daneth a Bardic Inspiration die.
Nice.
Why, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Is that
And then
your
I will
turn?
stay put. That is my turn, yes.
Sweet. All right. Up next is Daneth himself.
All right, I am going to go. I'm seeing something we could do here, so I'm going to start doing this my turn. And I am going to activate my Brink. So,
Did we? All right, Daneth, deafen, and I'll wave like this when I'm ready for you to come back.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna go down the line. Did we do 1 to 10 or 1 to 5 last time?
1 to 10.
1 to 10. Okay, Hadak, what is your trust level of Daneth at the moment?
7,
Should write this down.
probably.
Okay, dangers.
9.
Varel.
Beryl would usually say 10, but after seeing him fall asleep in the middle of the last battle, he's gonna say 9.
Okay. Jader. Wait, we're coming back to you. Alencia.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of the opposite, not from falling asleep, but because I know that he's here to help end things. So I'll say an 8.
All right, Jader, let's hear it.
In a surprise twist of fate, knowing that this is the ultimate battle, I trust in our friend Daneth, and I'm gonna give him a 9.
I was fully expecting you to be like 4.
It crossed my mind. We
I
kind of need.
I trust
kinda
him
need
immensely. 5.
Boy, everybody seems to be having a good time here. What's going on?
I love that brink. I love that we have to do that every time.
I
we
know.
activate it.
So good.
And Daneth's gonna see how it works in a second, because if Elion uses it, he will not deafen. All right, Daneth, your movement speed increases by 42 feet.
42. Okay.
And you gain. What did I do last time? A D4 on every damage roll? Is that what I said?
I think it was a D4 on every damage roll.
Let's do a D6 on every damage roll.
D6. Okay, let me write all this down.
And also your strength stat and anything that accompanies your strength stat, vis-a-vis saving throws, weapons that require strength. Your strength stat is going to gain a +1.
Okay.
Or let's say +2, actually. +2.
+2.
And welcome, Raiders. All right. You got the stats down, Daneth?
I do got the stats down, and I am going to use my full new and improved 67 movement speed to head toward Jader's Vorpal Blade, wherever it landed.
You can get very close. Wait, did you go to the left when you strafed?
I went to the left. I went 30 feet to the left.
Okay, you can actually, make it. So you make it to the blade, essentially with your full movement speed.
Okay, am I allowed to pick it up?
You can.
I'm picking it up.
Okay, you now hold the Vorpal Blade in your hands. Daneth, in this moment, when you clutch the Vorpal Blade, we zoom into Daneth's mind.
Oh no!
Daneth, you stand in about an inch of murky water. It's this endless plain of red and blue hues, and there is a ghastly face before you, shapeless and formless, but definitely with 2 eyes and a mouth. And it says, "Who enters my domain?"
It is I, Daneth Lightbeard.
And it says, "I, Urenith, will now see if you are worthy." And it attempts to enter your body. Please make... What did I do with you, Jader? Was it Constitution? Wisdom?
I don't remember. It was not wisdom. It might have been Constitution.
I feel like Constitution makes sense. I'm going to say, Daneth, because you are so foolhardy, I'm going to say roll Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say
Oh, I got a
disadvantage.
nat 20 on one of them.
Okay, let's go. He did not roll a nat 20. So this shapeless form enters your body, and you're suddenly holding the sword in this sort of dream state, and you block it with the sword, and it fills the blade, and you're suddenly out, and the blade glows a nice red hue, and you feel empowered. And you feel that you could, if you wanted, when you strike... Actually, that's going to be left for Jader. That's because I think that's Getsten's gift. So the brink of the blade is not usable by you, but you do have the blade's full power, which Jader can help you with. If you choose to use it instead of just giving it back to him. But it's up to you, Chief. What's next?
Well, that's... I can't do anything else, so that was my turn.
There you go.
I don't have any bonus actions yet, so...
Excellent. Up next is Urelian. And first... Oh, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Alright, the left is going to jump backwards, and he does not incur an attack of opportunity because he's shifty. So he disengages behind the right, and he lifts up his fist and begins collecting brink energy in his fist, and the right attempts to punch Veril. Veril, does a 20 hit you?
Sure does.
Okay. You take 15 damage. And please make a strength saving throw.
Boy.
With bless, of course.
True. Okay, I'm also gonna roll. I'm also gonna use my my inspiration die here.
Your
Okay.
bardic inspiration one?
Yes, 18 all told.
You're good. Your feet dig into the ground as he punches you. This, like, flabbergasting punch digs you into the ground. And it cuts you to the quick. And you are grateful you were not blown backwards. And at that, the left and the right are going to chill. And up next is Hadak.
Yes, all right. I'm gonna try to focus on one of the halves, so I'm going to move my entire movement speed to be with Veril, because that's where the right went, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All
Well,
right,
no,
so-
the Veril's right next to you, isn't he? Correct?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he's right next to you.
All right, cool. Still want to take a swing at the right. I'm actually going to use my Sacred Flame cantrip to have you make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. 15.
All right, yeah, you pass. Take half of 1d8, right? Or no, or is it? Oh, no, you don't take anything. All right, that's
Okay.
fine. All right, still get to swing with Killingsworth Axe, bonus action, spiritual weapon. Natto 20, baby.
Let's go. So that's 4d10?
I don't think it's double. I think it's just an additional, so it's 3d10.
No, it's double. Double dice.
Double
Is
dice.
it?
Crit is
Oh,
double dice.
Oh shit. Plus an additional because of my savage attacks. Oh my god.
So it's 5d10?
That's 5d10.
Let's go. The average roll will be 25.
36.
Let's go.
6, 9, 5, 6, 10.
The spirit of Billingsworth's and Killingston's past fills the axe as it swipes at the right and cuts him clean, and he moves back a little bit.
I will also roll an additional 1d8 radiant damage for my divine strike for a total of 43.
So that was 4 on top? Or wait,
That was 7 on top.
7 on top. Excellent.
And that's gonna be my turn.
Nice crit. Up next is Alencia.
Now that I have my brink activated, I might as well use it.
Might as well.
So I've targeted the right, so I'm gonna try to shoot him with my arrow.
Sure.
And that's it.
Which one do you have marked?
The right.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Hadak?
Dana has-
I just wanted to make note that one full turn for Bless has elapsed. Like, yeah.
Nice.
So 21.
Hits.
Okay. Then we'll do all 3. Right, yes. That's a 10, so that would be 15, and I would bank 5.
Okay, sweet.
And then I'm gonna shoot him again.
Sure.
Multi.
My multi attack. And that is over 20 as well.
Nice.
23. So let's do it again. Wait, what if I aimed at his eye?
So this is an interesting thing, right? Like, I've never known as a DM truly how to do when players aim at a specific body part. Like, do I make it a more difficult armor class roll? Or like, because it's difficult to say like, oh, because you're trying to hit a whole person, but in this moment you're aiming for a tiny part of him.
Yeah. So it could be harder for me, or you could do a roll on your end, like a saving throw.
All right,
I don't know.
what was your
Depends how you-
what was your roll to hit?
23.
I
The
would
way I've
say
seen this done is, if you're curious, the way I've seen this done is you roll to hit, and then you could also roll like whatever check in addition to see if it hits the mark you're trying to hit. But
I like that.
The roll,
I like that. So let's have you roll a dexterity check, not a dexterity saving throw, so no bless, just a pure dexterity check.
Okay, I have a check mark next to it. Does that mean I have a...
That means
Wait, no. Just kidding. That's the saving
Means
throw.
you add your proficiency to it.
well, no, that would be for a weapon. So this should
Yeah,
just
no,
be...
I only got an 8. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, so you do not hit the eye, but you do hit him.
Okay. Then I got a 9, so that would be 14, and I would bank 5.
Excellent.
Okay.
Sweet. Just two fling of these two psychotic damage arrows that strike him, and the right is starting to seem like he's taking a lot of damage.
Sweet.
Varel, it's your turn.
okay. Varel's gonna do pretty much the same thing he tried to do last time. Gonna smack him with the quarterstaff. First one is I have bless on this, right? On everything?
Yep.
16 to hit.
16 does not hit.
Okay. I'm gonna roll multi-attack.
Multi.
That's 22.
That hits.
Okay.
Who are you striking?
The right, the guy who's right near me.
Okay.
So me and my shadow are both kind of near the right, but so is Hadak. So the three of us are all right there.
Yeah.
Would my shadow incur an attack of opportunity if it moves away from his side? Because I think he was focused on me and he attacked me, right? So I'm like the one who's engaged with him.
The way I understood attack of opportunity was any creature that moves out of range of an opposing creature.
Gotcha. You're right. So that is 11 damage from my quarterstaff.
Okay.
And Varel is going to enter patient defense as well as a bonus action.
Okay, let's see the shadow.
Shadow is going to do basically the same thing. First one is an 18 to hit,
Hit.
and the next one is a 26 to hit.
Yep.
And 18 damage total for both.
Sweet.
And the shadow is also going to enter patient defense.
Okay. You just like this flurry of blows from both of you. Is starting to startle the right. All of this nonsense.
Actually, never mind.
Okay.
I thought of something, but I'll use it next time.
Jader, it is your turn.
Can I yell to Daneth? Daneth, throw me the sword!
Yes, but he cannot do so on your turn.
When it's your turn. Well, I guess.
How far away is Jader from Daneth right now?
100 feet.
Can I throw something that far?
I think
In your Super Saiyan
I think in
form?
I
Come
think
on,
in your
man.
Super Saiyan form, probably.
Okay. Well, I mean, I might as well see if my hold does any damage. If it can do any work here.
Sure.
I guess I'll take my blow dart and scrape my hand and say, wait, where are they?
So the left is just behind the right, and the right is just in front of Hadak, Varel, and the shadow. So it's like these three, and then the right, and then the left.
Two gods, one hole here.
Yep.
Let's try it. Let's try
Pretty sure I
it.
saw that on the internet somewhere.
Somewhere.
So doing the normal 12 feet deep, 6 feet.
Sure. I will have them both roll strength saves.
Yeah, 16.
They both pass.
Okay,
So they both take 6.
12. They take 12 damage plus 1d4.
Well, they succeeded. So isn't it half? Or is it not?
Yes, I'm sorry. It says on success half the damage and round up. I'm sorry.
Okay, so 6 plus 1d4. Can you roll the d4 for me?
Yes. A 1.
Okay, so that's 7. Half round up is 4. Or, sorry. 12 plus 1 is 13. Half round up is 7.
Correct.
Okay, great. They both, like, drift into the hole and plant, but they're still focused. Anything else with your turn, my friend?
Nope. That's it.
Okay. Excellent. Elion, we are back to you.
All right.
These turns are going so fast, gamers. I'm really proud.
Excellent. I'm going to make use of a new spell that I just picked up in my new level up. So I'm going to move towards the hole. My full movement speed, it doesn't even really get me close to the edge, but enough that I can kind of see in. And at the base of the hole, I'm going to cast Confusion. This spell assaults and twists creatures' minds, spawning delusions and provoking uncontrolled actions. Each creature in a 10-foot radius around a sphere centered on a point I choose, which is right in the middle of the hole, must succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
What's the DC?
18.
Okay, the left succeeds. What was it? 16?
18.
18. The left, or the right fails. The left succeeds, the right fails.
Okay, so an affected target can't take reactions and must roll a d10 at the start of their turn to determine what their behavior will be for that turn.
Okay.
And I can tell you what that is when we get there.
Sure. And how long does this effect last?
Every time that their turn ends, they have to make a wisdom saving throw, and if they succeed, then they are out.
Okay, great.
That is ballin'.
Yep.
All right, anything else, my friend?
Who doesn't have Bardic Inspiration?
I just used mine.
I think I do, but I don't know.
Jader doesn't? Okay, I'll give another Bardic Inspiration to Jader then for my bonus action.
Remind me what that is.
You get 1d8 that you can use for any attack roll, any saving throw, any healing spell,
Okay.
or ability check.
Cool.
And you can use it whenever, but before adef says that it hits or misses.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Is the bird gonna do anything?
The bird is going to vibe.
Okay.
Worth noting real quick for everyone that
Yeah.
attacks of opportunity are reactions, and the right cannot do that this turn.
That's a good one.
Daneth, it is your turn.
Okay, so where I'm at, 100 feet away from Jader, are the left and the right in the way? The one thing I'm worried about is snatch happening. If I chuck it.
Jader is on. You attacked the left, so kind of everyone's in the way.
Look out, a flying sword.
Well, they're both in the hole, aren't they?
They're in a
yes,
hole.
but Haddock and Varel and the Shadow are kind of in between the two of you.
Okay, so I think because they're in the hole, I can't attack them from this range. So I'm gonna move my full movement speed back towards the group, very fast and very stylish. Do I send? I want to send Jader the Vorpal Blade, but I kind of also want to use it at least once
I knew this
before
would
it
happen.
happens. I'm gonna do it in character. I was like, Jader, you mind if I hang on to this for just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Yes, I do mind.
All right, fine. I'm gonna use my action, or I don't know if it's an action or a bonus action, to hurl the Vorpal Blade.
We'll
towards
call
Jader.
it an attack so that you can do something. You should roll. Let's have you roll.
He could dash, right? And get there?
You could dash and get to Jader, but that would be an action.
Okay.
And then you could hand it for free. I mean, that you could do.
I kind of want to do a cool toss.
Okay.
That's what Dana would do.
Roll. Roll strength for me, please.
Okay. I got a 21.
Okay, you if anybody's seen JoJo Part 3,
Yeah,
when,
real quick, so Jader.
when Jotaro
Let's
throws the
fingers this time.
what does he throw? He throws something at the car that Dio's holding on to, where he flings his arm like this. Daneth takes the sword and just, and it spins along the ground, and Jader, you just lean back, and it just catches right into your hand.
Take better
Nice
care of
throw.
your equipment next time, Jader.
Right. Nice throw, anyways.
And Daneth, I think that is your turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is my turn. Yeah. No, I think it was worth going and getting that back. So.
You
Totally.
you can hang that over my head now whenever you want.
It is Urelian's turn. The right is going to roll a d10.
They sure are.
Or actually, let's do the left's turn first.
Yeah.
The left. Yeah. Okay. He, he's been collecting brink energy in his fist, much like you saw back at the mansion, and he says, "Time for something you've seen before." And then he strikes the ground with furious force, and this blue line starts traveling along the ground, and it stops just behind, about 20 feet or about 20 feet behind. More like 15. 15 feet behind Jader and Varel and the Shadow and Hadak. And just a blast emanates. And I need all four of you, the Shadow, meaning is one of those four, to make, and Daneth is out of range. Please make a dexterity saving throw. Add bless, please.
We're safe from this one, El.
Hadak.
I know that's why we're chilling over on the side.
2. Add bless. Well, bless is not gonna matter. Jader.
23.
Okay, you pass. Varel. You're muted.
The two of us rolled a 28 and a 29.
Wow.
We are very dexterous boys over here.
Okay, well, because of Varel's stupid ability, he takes no damage. Literally, nothing happens to him.
They just kind of like.
God.
Urelian doesn't know what he's messing with here.
But I
You
shall
got a
now...
naked elf here who just punches shit. Can't do anything about it. Dodges everything.
Actually, my background is exactly how I'm feeling after that.
Yeah.
He's still rolling here.
Hadak, you take 33.
Of
Oh.
course I do!
Oh!
And Jader, you take 17.
No, not nearly as bad. All right.
Because I was closer or something?
No, because Jader succeeded on the strength save.
Ow!
And Hadak, you are knocked prone.
Oh.
And this explosion, just this blast, Varel and the Shadow manage to hop around on rocks that are being blown out of the ground. And Jader just holds his ground and takes the brunt of some rocks, but Hadak, you fully fall over. That is going to be... The left is then going to back up his full movement speed. He's going to back up 40 feet.
Out of the
Elion
hole.
and I are on the side.
Oh, I guess he
We're
has to exit the hole, so that's... He'll take I don't know, half his movement speed to get out 20 feet, and then he'll move 20 feet back. And the right now is going to roll a d10.
So excited to see what he's gonna do right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a 2.
2. Well, this is kind of the boring one, but good for us. The creature does not move or take actions this turn.
Okay,
Yay.
and now he rolls the wisdom.
Alrighty.
He rolls
Now
the
you
wisdom,
wisdom
save.
saving throw. Yeah.
Fail.
Cool. Staying confused, baby. Let's
Okay, that's the right's turn. Up next is Hadak.
Man. I had a turn planned. All right, let me spend my movement speed to get up then.
Okay.
I'll
Is
help
that-
when I can.
I'm going to, shit. I'm already bloodied. I'm already battered. But actually, let's go ahead and take care of this with a second spell slot. We'll do, where's it? I'll do a cure wounds on myself, 2d8 plus 6.
Plus bless, no?
I didn't bless myself.
Okay. Humble.
I'll heal 15. That's not bad. I'll heal 15. And for the bonus action, yeah, I'm just gonna try to keep piling up on the right. So
Sure.
the spiritual weapon will move down there. Well, or did he move out of the hole? No.
No, he can't move.
Spiritual weapon will drop down with a mighty fury.
Oh, I can't aim at him now, huh?
Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
I love this weapon. There are many like it, but now it's mine. All right, let me grab for 16 damage.
Excellent. A mighty
Okay.
swing of the axe, and he's not even really sure what's happened. He's still in this confused state.
That'll be the end of my turn since I can't move.
Sweet. Alencia.
Okay, so I can't aim at the right because he's in a hole.
Correct.
What if she
Okay.
arcs it?
What?
Arcs
That'd be a
it,
much more difficult shot.
comes down in.
Curve the bullet.
So, how far am I from the left now? So I was 50. Am I 90 feet away from it?
70. 75.
70? Well, I went back 20 feet.
Yeah,
And
you
then-
went back 20, it's 30 to, or actually you went back 20, it's 15 to them plus the 20 he just moved, so 35 plus 20 is 55. So 55 feet.
I thought they started 30 feet away from us.
They move forward.
Oh, they moved forward and then
Mhm.
back.
Mhm.
Okay, but he's still within range, within normal range.
Yes,
of
yeah,
being
yeah.
hit. Okay, I don't have Hunter's Mark, but nobody's next to him.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna use the bonus action of Hail of Thorns first.
Okay.
So if I, which will apply to my ranged attack, and I'll obviously scratch my arrow. It'll be a dex saving throw. So let me
Okay.
see. Let's hit.
He definitely fails.
Okay, 14. Well, I got a 22.
To hit,
Yeah.
that's good.
Okay. So then you'll take 1d10 of damage from Hail of Thorns, and then 9. So what is that? Another 14, and I bank
Okay.
another 5 health. And then I'll do it again, but I don't think.
Do you want me to roll Hail of Thorns for you? The damage?
Yeah, just take the additional damage.
It's
You
8.
can-
8 additional.
Okay.
Some nice damage.
So
Nice.
arrow
That's a
through,
lot
and
of
then like thorns rain down from the sky and hit him.
And then the multi attack I can do.
Sweet.
I'll just hit him again because I can't hit the other guy.
Sorry.
This is what I do. It's okay. It's okay. Do
I
a
could only
damage
do
either
a
way.
hole.
Oh, okay, great. I got a 26.
That
I think
hits.
That hits. Okay. Have I not been adding? I haven't been adding my dexterity for each hit, actually.
Well, it's fine anyway. It's all been kosher.
Okay, well, I mean, like, with the actual damage. So I've been doing 5 less damage per turn.
Ah. Well, I'll tack on 5 just for posterity's sake.
Tack on 5. And then that would, well, wouldn't it be 7 because of my brig?
You don't get all these fancy retcons because you forgot. This is episode 13, okay?
Okay, fine. You're right.
This is a country. No handouts, okay?
And I'll do 12, 18.
18?
No, that's with, yeah, 18.
Okay.
And then I take 9.
Sweet.
Okay.
Excellent. Up next is Veril.
Okay. So the right is in the hole in front of me, right?
Yes, yes.
And the left has jumped back 20 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Both myself and the shadow are going to run towards the left for
Okay.
a combined assault here. So we're gonna do my quarterstaff. That is an 18 to hit.
Hit.
I'm gonna roll all
Yeah.
everything. The second quarterstaff from Veril is a crit fail.
Okay.
Then the shadow, it rolls a crit on his first one,
Okay.
and a 20 on the second.
Okay, so it's 3 hits, 1 crit fail, and one of the
Yes.
hits is a crit success.
That's correct. So the first one is 13 damage. The second one is 11 damage, and the crit is also 11 damage.
Okay, sweet. The crit fail, you loose your staff and it falls 5 feet in front of you.
Okay. So what Veril's gonna do is, because he realizes he now has 2 free hands, he's gonna make the most of the opportunity and spend a key point to use Flurry of Blows as his bonus action, and he's gonna go
Okay.
quick 1-2, 2 punches. And the Shadow is going to do the same thing, actually. Shadow's feeling like he wants to copy his master. I have to roll to hit first. Sorry. So
Almost
4
think
more.
That crit fail was intentional.
25, 23, 25, and 10.
Okay, 3 hits.
Yeah. And these are less damage. 6, 2 is 8, 3 is 11, and then each of those gains 5, so that's 26 damage from the punches.
Okay. Sweet. Just a billion attacks from Veril and his crew.
Yes.
His entourage. Both the left and the right are looking a little bit beat up now. But we go now to Jader, who's sword in hand.
Kind of scared to swing again, but what's the one down in the hole that's stupefied?
He's stupefied.
The right.
The right, yeah.
The right. So I'm gonna meander on down into the hole.
Okay. Just a meander.
Just gonna do a little wiggle down there.
Walk on down there and
Scoot on down.
I'm gonna try and use my sword here.
Use a
Okay.
slow excavate to just descend next to him.
Lower me into the hole.
That's what I actually thought about. What if I excavated again and just made it like
Even
Get it
deeper.
even deeper.
making the hole deeper and
Gonna hit the
deeper.
bedrock at some point.
We can go deeper.
Okay, does a oh. It's gotta be a 19 or 20. Okay, does a 26 hit?
Yes. Did you roll an 18?
I did.
Yeah, I saw you checking to see if you could
I was
behead
so
this
excited. I was so excited.
guy. Or I guess the behead's only on 20, but
Right. For 11 on my sword strike.
11 damage.
Okay, I just want to say that beheading a man with his own son's soul is a little bit gruesome.
Hey, he deserves it.
I would
I'm
say I
gonna
don't make the
roll.
rules, but that's kind of exactly what my purpose is.
I'm gonna roll again because I have extra attack. Does a 22
Yes.
hit? 14.
Sweet. Just 2 quick slices on this sort of like bewildered guy.
Kind of feel bad, but
You shouldn't.
just
And we move up to Elion.
We. Daneth, can you cast your Brink as a bonus action, or is it strictly an action?
It is strictly an action.
Okay. Good to know. In that case, I will cast on the left Dissonant Whispers, which is a level 1 spell, but I'm going to cast it at level 3 for a little extra damage. And they must make a wisdom saving throw.
Nat 20.
Oh. Okay. Well, on a successful save, they take half.
Okay.
So I'm just going to roll. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 d6. Ooh! For 27 damage.
27 halved is 14.
Right. Yep. And
Nice.
if they had failed, they would have had to move away, but they didn't. So they're going to stay right there. I think. Wait. Yeah, you know what? Let's have a little fun. I'm going to cast Mantle of Majesty as a bonus action on the left as well. I think they have to make a saving throw. Let's see. Yeah, they have to make another wisdom saving throw.
How is a 12?
Fail.
Okay.
So now every turn, as a bonus action, should I choose to use it, without expending a spell slot, for the next minute, I can cast command on them. And that's just it.
Okay.
So yeah, I can do that. So I'm gonna cast command, and I'm gonna command him to drop his weapon.
He does not have one.
Ah, right. You know what? Never mind. I take that back.
Close your eye.
Close your eye. How about grovel then? I command grovel, which makes them fall prone.
He does a burpee. He's on the ground.
Perfect. All right, that's it. That's my turn. Bird is
Okay.
gonna chill again.
Up next is Daneth.
All right. So with 62 feet of movement, I'm trying to keep everything in my head of where
You can get to any of
what
them.
kids we at. Okay. All right. So I just want to. Can I get to the edge of the hole?
Yeah.
I gotta go to the edge of the hole. And wait, shoot, Jader's down there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Dang it. Okay, that changes my plan a little bit. I don't want to.
Me and my
kill
hole's always
Jader.
messed up.
Anyway, if I chucked my javelin over the hole, would the electricity still deal damage down there? Or no?
I'm gonna say no because in real world physics, it's very difficult for electricity to go down like that.
Yeah, so.
And
yeah,
there's
my
gotta be
original plan is-
some level of realism sometimes.
Yeah, my original plan, I just want to get up close, like say something silent, and just jam the javelin down there.
Right.
Load the hole, but
Jader's there.
my good friend Jader,
Yes.
I don't want to toast him too much after all he's been through.
If you're ever caught in a lightning strike, find a ditch. Like if you're in a big thunderstorm and you're in like an open field, find a ditch.
All right, I still want to, you know, I'm gonna hang on to it.
Okay.
So I'm just going to loosen 2 arrows, hopefully, straight into the right, which I don't have Hunter's Mark on.
Okay.
So I will not be taking bonus things from that, but I've got a 24
Hit.
and a 16.
Miss.
Okay. So the 24 is going to deal plus 10, 14 damage.
Nice. You loose the one arrow, and in Jader, you just see this arrow come flying down from above. The sunlight's a little bright, but it just catches him in the shoulder.
Okay, and then oh shoot, I should have used my bonus action to do Hail of Thorns. Okay. Oh, what? Okay, that's it. That's fine. Actually, am I within range of Hadak? No.
You're probably
I'm right.
like 10 feet from him.
I was gonna do like some more cure wounds, but I don't think I can get. Can I use more of my movement speed now?
You were 100 feet. You moved 62. Yeah, you can move to Hadak.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move to Hadak, and at the second spell level, cast Cure Wounds, which I think is it should be the same thing that you had as like a 2d8 plus.
Yeah. You want me to roll that?
I'll roll it. Is it 2d8 plus 4?
It's on you, so for your modifier.
That's 13 for the base, which is good. Let me see all my modifiers. So I apologize. And that is that plus wisdom or spell or.
It's whatever your spell say or your spell modifier is for you specifically.
Okay, there it is. Plus 2, so it's that's
15.
15 health that you get back.
Doc looks back at Daneth, and he remembers when they both had faced Shima for the very first time, and how he kind of like stood up for him. And now it's all the other way around. He nods with respect.
Ooh.
And faces his enemy once more.
The trust grows. Your social link has gained 1 level. Excellent. Is that your turn, Daneth?
Points. That is my turn.
Okay. So Elion went and Daneth went, so it's Urelian's turn again somehow. Feels like it was just his turn. So the left... Oh, my internet is fully dropping. This is fun.
We can still hear you.
That's good.
NCU.
Picnic?
Stream is
question
stuttering.
mark? Stream is stuttering.
Spam some emotes right now if you can follow the stream. Or could see the stream. See what's going on.
Maybe it's not Spectrum native. Maybe it's just you, buddy.
Oh, we're climbing. We're climbing.
We're climbing.
I'm now at 7,700 kilobytes per second.
Wow.
And we're back down to 2,700. Okay, we're chilling.
All right. I think we're okay.
We're chilling.
Brink distorted bitrate.
Yeah.
It leapt the space-time continuum to drop the frames. Oh, I get full-on triggered by frame drops now. I was like, the world's falling apart.
I get it. I get that.
Yeah, me too.
Frightened. Okay, deep breaths. The left is going to get up, and he looks at the right, and he's like, what are you doing? And the right's like, oh. And then the left points at him, and says, oh, what's the name of this? By Blood Joint Pact. And they suddenly, the right flows into the left, and all of their sort of status ailments are gone. Their spells that have been affecting them are like, and Hunter's Marks are transferred to the one. And 2 eyes again, and he stretches, and he definitely has the voice of the left. And he says, that feels much better. And then he gathers Brink in his fist and immediately strikes the ground. And he centers it. Wow, he can hit almost everyone.
Oh boy.
So he's gonna hit Veril, the Shadow, Hadak, Jader, and Daneth.
I'm in a hole?
Yeah, that arguably would be worse.
Forget I said it.
I forgot it. And everybody make a... Everybody make a strength save, please.
You got that bless still?
Oh, I see how it is. Last time it was dexterity,
Oh,
and now it's
no.
strength.
Oh no, it is. Oh no, it is a dexterity saving throw. Sorry, I misread. It is dex. It is dex.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I got a nat 1.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I'm not looking forward to this. Oh.
I got a 25.
You pass. Haddock.
Who has the nat 1 emote?
4. You fail. Varel.
We both rolled 28s.
I hate you! Okay.
Wow.
Why is that so broken?
Varel and the Shadow take no damage. Jader, you failed or succeeded?
I got a 20. What did I say?
Okay.
25?
Yeah, you
25.
succeed. Okay.
Oh my god. How do you get up to 28?
Because I have a +8 on my dexterity saving throw. Because it's +5 base and I'm proficient, so that's 8. And then also bless on top.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that would do really well for me too.
Oh, I
guess.
forgot about proficiency.
Haddock and Daneth, you take 38,
Oh.
Holy moly.
and you're both knocked prone. And Jader, you take 19. And Varel and the Shadow are fine, miraculously.
It's his vision quest. It only makes sense.
Haddock, how we looking over there?
Doc, I got you.
How we looking over there, Haddock?
I mean, we're still standing.
So Doc,
I mean, well, I'm not
Metaphorically,
down,
so.
but metaphorically still standing.
well, it's the Doc's turn next, right?
Let's turn to Haddock.
Eventually,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So in this moment, you start to hear the rushing of water.
Oh, great.
And as water flows, you all whip to turn to your right. Haddock and Daneth are prone on the ground. It's not looking good. And a tall figure in these lanky blue robes and this big bushy gray beard and long flowing gray hair flipping in the wind is riding this wave. And he skids to a stop next to Urelian and spins and lands right next to him. And he's like, "Oh, did I miss anything?" And Urelian's like, "No, but you took your sweet fucking time." And Imprelius... And Urelian, like, looks bloodied. Like, he does not look great. And Imprelius is like, "Well, I'm here, and it's time to make a difference." And this is the one god you've never met. And he doesn't, like, exactly look threatening, but there's just this scary aura around him. And he starts to go like this. He starts spinning his hands around, and the wave, like, collapses into a sphere, and water starts spinning above him. And in that moment, Chaoro, who has been in the distance this whole time, just, like, creeping, yells out to Urelian, and he goes, "Lord Urelian, a brink user is approaching from the south!" And, you just hear in the distance, "Looks like I made it just in time. Sorry for being late, guys." And you turn, and the familiar voice and visage of a man in circularly rimmed glasses with dirty blonde hair are unmistakable. Guys, honestly, the 6 of you have done well to stave them off, but it's time I think I threw my hat in the ring. And he also appears to be wearing a brand new suit. It's this new, deeply gray 2-piece suit and a black tie. He looks so fresh. He found some tailor. He found a tailor and was like, "Okay, this is what I want." And the guy was like, "What?" And Steven looks to you and he's like, "How we feeling, guys?"
Where the have you been? Like, they're like, "Ah!"
I'm just imagining.
Yeah,
the
I'm just
dogs.
like,
And
And
then Eliana and I are in the back. We're like, "Hey,
Hi, Steven. Hi, Steven.
Steven."
Hi, Steven, I'm in a hole.
In that moment, Urelian suddenly splits back into 2, and the right looks over and goes, "Steven? What are you doing here?" And Steven looks at him and takes off his glasses and begins cleaning them, and he says, Unfinished business, I'm afraid, my friend. And the right says, what is the meaning of this? And Stephen replies and he says, this was fated to happen. And as he says this, Stephen closes his glasses and puts them in a breast pocket of his suit. He takes off his suit jacket and he folds it nicely, and he walks up to Elion and he hands you his jacket.
I take it?
Do you still have all the mirror thingies?
Like, yeah, there's 4 of me. So
He just hands it out and waits for one of you to come get it.
just like put it on the ground and I'll make
Sure.
it happen somehow.
And he says,
sure.
he unbuttons the cuffs and he says, wouldn't want to soil the new suit. And he loosens his tie, pulls it off, casts it to the ground. He unbuttons the top button of his shirt, and then he takes out the butterfly knife from his back pocket, twirls it around. He stares at it, makes a small incision on his palm, and then he casts the knife to the ground, and it sticks into the dirt. Then he closes his fists, he stares at it, and no louder than room volume. In fact, really only Elion and Alencia hear it. It's almost like he's just saying it to himself. He says, Day Trader Futures. And this explosion of Brink energy emanates from him. It is like nothing you have ever felt before. Everybody's like fully blown to their backs from just this like unfettered, untapped well of nightmarish amount of Brink energy pouring out of him. And the dirt and small rocks around him begin to levitate off the ground. And they're just reacting to the sheer pressure of this unfathomably refined Brink energy and the quantity of it that's now just pouring out of his body. And Stephen's clothes begin to ripple. Stephen's hair begins to wave as though it were in a mighty breeze. And the aura around Stephen, it's incredible. I mean, for Elion and Alencia, it's like almost unbearable. The Brink is so dense, it feels like you're wading through syrup. And
Stays on our side.
Stephen looks up at the right and he says, this is Day Trader Futures. Normally with Day Trader, I can only send the stolen Brink energy back to you in a refined state, which deals damage to you. When I activate Futures, the stolen Brink energy I've amassed from you thus far from conditions I've met up to this point with you allow me to use the ultra-refined Brink energy to temporarily boost my raw power output. The conditions are vastly different than normal Day Trader. I thank you for all of the moments in our time together that have made this possible. In order to activate this version of Day Trader, I had to explain this to you. Let's begin. And, hang on, we gotta pick the right song here. Hold up. And, I mean, just when he says, let's begin, as he finishes explaining, the previously immense Brink energy flowing all over the place just, like, multiplies tenfold. And it all, like, collapses into, like, a blue aura that surrounds him. It's, like, pulsating, like a raindrop encased around him. And it sort of goes up into the sky. And this is, all of you can kind of tell that this is Brink energy in its finest state. It's, like, similar to the Brink energy you've seen in, like, the Brink sanctuaries. Like, these big flames. This is sort of like that, except it's smooth. And suddenly blue flames, these small, tiny blue flames, start to shoot out from Stephen's chest involuntarily, and they implant themselves in all 6 of you. You're instantly transported to what appears to be Southport in Dwome. Only something's not quite right. You aren't in your bodies. You're in this sort of ethereal form that you were in when you saw Stephen the other night. You can all sense that the 6 of you are here together watching, and none of you possesses physical form. As you look around, the familiar town square can be seen, including the food stand where Elle got a meal with Stephen and Arello, and the well where Veril covered himself in mud. And actually, I'm going to clear queue, yes, and let's change the music a little bit. This is the portion of the story this evening that I'm nervous about.
Okay.
So, you're in Southport, right? And you're in this familiar, I mean, everything seems exactly as it was just a few weeks prior when you were here. And, you know, you see this well where Veril covered himself in mud. You see this place where Elle got a meal with Stephen and Arello. And suddenly you hear Stephen's voice. And it says, it sort of reverberates in your ears and you snap to and you see him. and it says, I think I know what I have to do, and I think the thing I have to do is going to take some time. So I don't think we're going to see each other before this solstice. Whenever the big battle is, because there's probably going to be one, I'll be there. It's not going to be hard to find out when it is, because if you do your job, every country should mobilize, so I'll be there. And it's Steven saying goodbye to all of you, and you see yourselves. You see the 6 of you there, and Aurelio is there as well, and he's talking to you. And it's just as you remember it. And Veril says good luck, and Steven responds to you as well. Cheers, my friends. And then Daneth says, till the end of times. To which Steven pulls out a cigarette and lights it, saying to himself, all right, here we go. And Steven then begins to walk away from you, or rather the past versions of yourselves. You begin to follow him, your essences seemingly having no choice. Steven walks for some time and then enters a tavern off of one of the side streets of Southport. It's almost like he just makes this decision willy-nilly. He's walking and then he just turns and goes into this tavern. And the bartender yells out, Bienvenue, mon ami, une boisson peut-être. And Steven responds, Oui, une bière, s'il vous plaît. And you hear, Bien sûr, mon ami. And the bartender starts pouring a drink. And Steven looks around the bar, at this point having disposed of his first cigarette. He seems to spot someone sitting alone up at the bar on the far side. Steven sits 2 seats away from him. Jader. Oh, I'll wait a moment. Because this is specific to Jader. So Jader, he's walked into this bar, right? And Jader, you recognize the man that Steven sits 2 seats away from as the one you saw. I don't know if you remember this. This is a long time ago. But when you guys left this place in Southport, Jader, you specifically saw a mysterious man. Okay, so
Yeah.
this man, this mysterious figure is seated, and Steven sits 2 seats away from him. And as Steven sits, he pulls out a second cigarette and he lights it. And he's using like a Zippo, like a flip lighter. And the man looks over and he says, that's a peculiar lighter. Not to mention the cigarette itself. And it's unmistakably one of Urelian's voices. It's the right. And Steven says, oh, it's a souvenir from back home. You want to try one? And the right says, yes, I would. And Steven gives the man a cigarette and he lights it for him. And the man takes a deep inhale and he goes, ooh, that pulls really nicely. And Steven's like, smooth, no? And you suddenly feel yourself watching a burgeoning friendship. And it starts to pass quickly before your eyes, certain moments halting for you to watch, as if you're being whisked through time. And as time begins to accelerate, you begin to understand Day Trader Future's conditions, this new version of Steven's Brink. You know, as Steven understands them. Because after all, you're being consumed with a small bit of his Brink energy in this moment. So you yourselves begin to sort of feel these conditions. And you're not sure in what order they lie, but this is sort of some of them. You know, explaining what's going on. You must embrace the target. You must establish a genuine relationship with the target. You cannot clear this step if you do not form a genuine bond that you genuinely feel along with the target. It cannot be forced. You must learn something incredibly personal from the target, about the target, and you must reveal to the target your deepest insecurity, and it seems the final step is gain the target's immutable trust. And first, the time-skipping halts at that bar, many hours later that very same night, and the two appear to be quite drunk and very merry, and Urelian's telling a story of some merchant that once tried to dupe him. And as Urelian finishes the joke, the two are crying, laughing, and they embrace, they're hugging, patting each other on the back, they're shaking each other, and time skips forward again, and this time passing to the next day, and it stops at an inn bedroom where the two are passed out. Urelian's on the bed and Steven on the floor, and they're fully clothed, just conked drunk. There's drool coming out of Steven's mouth. And they both sort of jolt awake, and they look at each other blankly for a moment, and Urelian says, I'm sorry, who are you? And there's kind of this silence in the air for like 10 seconds. And then the two just burst out laughing, thick as thieves. And Steven says, you want to go get some breakfast? And Urelian's like, sure thing. And so they start walking out, and Steven says, what do you got going on today? And Urelian's like, oh, nothing. I'm just exploring the town. Steven says, you mind if I join you? Not at all. We've only just become friends, but I feel like I've known you my whole life. And Steven says, it's a little cheesy, don't you think? And the right says, oh, come off it. And then they laugh, and they begin to head out of the room, towards town. And time skips again, several days this time. And the two are sitting on tall grass, overlooking a riverbed in the evening, both smoking with drinks nearby. And they're pretty tipsy, and they've been smoking a lot. And The right says, there's something I should tell you about me. And Steven is mid-sip, and he looks up at the right, and he puts his drink down and cigarette back in his mouth, and he says, yeah? He says, I'm one of two, one half of a whole. Steve says, what, like twins? Sort of. It's slightly more complicated than that. Well, let's call him my brother. My brother and I share a common destiny, right? A common goal. We don't exactly see eye to eye, and they sort of laugh at the missing eye, which clearly has become a point of jabbing between the two of them. And he says, we don't exactly see eye to eye on how to accomplish our goal. In our journey for power, we've spent many years apart. Many of these times my brother's out getting the dirty work done. I'll do some, but I mostly spend my time wandering the world looking for answers. Don't get me wrong, I want the same things he does. Our desires may be unconventional, but I believe it's for the greater good. And Steven says, what sort of desires? And the right says, it's power. Plain and simple. By any means necessary. The ability to change the outcome of one's destiny. The power to shape the course of history. Steven's like, completely taken aback by this. He says, wow. The right says, but like I said, the by any means necessary part applies to more than just my brother, more to my brother. He'll do truly anything at any time. I don't disagree with his methods, but I just don't find them right. I know they're necessary, but somewhere within me there's this part that wishes it didn't have to happen that way. And Steven says, have you told your brother about this? No, I know he knows we disagree on some of these things, but he knows we want the same thing in the end, right? Though perhaps our reasoning is slightly different. I think he wants the power just to have it. But for me, I feel like we can shape this world to be precisely what we want it to be. We just sit back, relax, and live in it. But either way, sacrifices have to be made. And you feel the Brink energy collect now in Steven. You feel it because you're sort of living it through Steven's mind here. But it sort of coalesces. Also, I'm sorry, there is more of me just talking. Steven says, whatever this destiny is that you're crafting, I hope I get to see it. And the right says, cheers to that. And the two clink drinks, and they down their respective bottles, pull out the next. And time skips forward again, appears to be maybe 30 minutes. And it's a quiet 30 minutes. I mean, there is no discussion happening between either of them. They're sort of just looking out at the riverbed, watching the dragonflies flutter by, and the wind slowly caress the grass. And Steven says, I haven't been entirely truthful either with you about where I'm from. I come from a very, very far away place with technology that is admittedly more advanced than your own. And Steven hesitates, and you being within his mind in this moment, you feel he's nervous. He's about to say something that he clearly has not told a soul. And, you recall this condition that Steven has to reveal his deepest insecurity to Urelian in order to clear some level of condition for this Brink ability, right? And he says, so I went to school with this girl. I grew up in a secluded part of where I'm from, the country that I'm from. And when I was 16, my family moved to the city. New York City, it's called. And so that meant I was going to go to a new school. And it was halfway through the year. So anyway, there's this girl in one of my classes. Her name is Sarah, and she caught my eye. And I'm entranced by her. But I was new, and I was new in class, and I knew that this is the kind of thing that, you get a crush on someone early on, and after transferring, and it dictates the flow of things for, like, your whole high school career, movies, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to make her deal with all that. So I sort of just stuck to myself, but then she approached me, like, the second or third week I was there. And over the course of that year, we became close friends, and, we just spent all our time together for that, and for our junior and senior years as well. Those are the last 2 years in our schooling, and Urelian's like, you don't have to qualify it. I'm clearly not going to understand like half of the shit you're talking about, so just keep going. And Steven's like, great. And, I never really got the courage to tell her how I felt, partly because our relationship just changed over time. I still had feelings for her, and I didn't really know where our friendship ended and where something else would begin. I didn't want to lose any part of it, so I never said anything. So when it came time to look at college, which is right, you told me not to explain it, we both just started looking around, and we didn't really tell each other where we were looking. I don't know why, or at least I didn't know why back then. But I think now we both maybe sort of knew that it was time to just move on from this one thing and find other things, or maybe we didn't know how to end it, and whatever it was. You know, we'd fooled around a handful of times, especially in that last year, but nothing ever stuck or came of it, and we just kept being friends. And anyway, when it came time for college decisions, we told each other we were going, and we had coincidentally chosen the same school. We'd been accepted to and signed up for the same place. And at first, that was awesome, you know, but we sort of just, you know, said, all right, whatever, this is going to be whatever it's going to be. And she studied history and I studied finance. We sort of just drifted apart. And I regretted it. And anyway, come junior year of college, we'd made our own friends, and we'd been, you know, in and out of our own relationships and whatever, and we'd moved on. And that last semester of senior year, well, by coincidence, we had a class together, and it was this history of economics class. It's like a sophomore level thing we both had to take to just finish our degrees. So we wound up studying together and hanging out again in the whole 9 yards. We're back to where we were when we were 17. And we're together all the time. And we were both, you know, way above the level of this class, so we didn't really need to take it very seriously, and we'd already pretty much graduated at this point, but we studied and worked really hard on the homework just to basically use an excuse to spend time together. And, I mean, we'd always looked for excuses to spend time together, like it wasn't just okay for us to be together. Anyway, I'm feeling I'm getting really in the weeds here, and Urelian is, like, rapt. He's so entranced by this tale. He's like, this is so foreign to him. You know, you sense that he's this god that has lived for hundreds of years. Interpersonal connection is such like a weird thing for him, and I think you think that he's found this genuine thing with Steven, and it's like a real friendship. We're almost there. I'm sorry. And oh no, we lost someone. All right, well that gets fixed.
What happened to Fu?
I'll pop to the map layout
back.
for a second.
She's back.
I'm popping to the map layout just for a second. Okay, Fu's back.
Hey, it was like, you've been inactive for a few minutes.
Discord does that?
Apparently! I haven't done anything. I'm using video. What the heck? I'm sorry. Continue with your story. I don't know why that
No, it's okay.
What the
And
hell?
so Steven is just like fully in the story. He's not even like thinking about the fact that Urelian is there, or the right, you know, who knows what Urelian told him his name was. Maybe he did say Urelian. And Steven says, and we hooked up a couple times, and we went out a couple times, and I couldn't do it. I don't know why. I couldn't tell her how I felt, which plain and simple was that I was crazy about her, and I had been since I was 16, and I was pretty sure she felt the same way. And there came a time when she told me how she felt, and I didn't know why, but I couldn't do it. And she told me she loved me, and I couldn't say it back. And that was a week before we graduated. So life moves on. She goes to graduate school at Columbia, which is uptown. I got a job in the financial sector downtown. And we stopped seeing each other. We fell out of touch. And flash forward a couple of years, I'm at this party, and a friend of mine has just gotten engaged, and he and his fiancée throw this huge party at their apartment. And I didn't know his fiancée that well, but this is one of my closest friends, and tons of my friends and coworkers are there. It's a guy we work with. And there are also a lot of people I didn't know. My friend's fiance's friends and coworkers, evidently. But amidst the crowd, I saw Sarah. And we hadn't seen each other in, a few years. And we just got to talking and drinking, and we hung out all night. We neglected the rest of the party completely. I got a cab. I took her home. She invited me in. I went upstairs. We slept together again. And I thought to myself, this is the time. This is going to be the one. I'm going to tell her this time. I'm not going to be a fucking coward this time. I'm just going to tell her how I feel. And I woke up in the morning and she wasn't there. And there's a note on the kitchen counter that said she had to go to work and I should just make myself at home and then head out whenever it was convenient. So I thought, well, okay, I'll text her, invite her to dinner that night, and tell her how I feel this evening. That's fine. So I went back home, I went to work, and I take care of, I go back to my place, and I call her, and I say, are you free for dinner tonight? Is dinner still going to work for you? She says yes. I think I said we had reservations later that night, and so I hang up and I go. And I sit down at her table, and it's my favorite restaurant, and 10 minutes pass, 20 minutes pass, 30 minutes pass, she's not there. Finally, after nearly 45 minutes, she shows up, she sits down, she looks stunning, she's in this amazing dress, and she looks perfect, as always, but she's been crying. Her makeup is running. And I ask her what's wrong. She says not to worry about it, which obviously I do, but that we should just eat. So we order and we start drinking. And after the first bottle of wine, I'm like, what's going on? And she says she's having trouble with a guy, but not to worry about it. I said, I'm like, okay, I'm a little concerned, obviously, but I decide to let it go. And after the second bottle of wine, I've been mustering up the courage to tell her how I feel all day, really for like a decade almost. So I just, I just took a deep breath and I let it rip. And I said, look, you've been my best friend for half my life, and every moment I'm with you is worth 1,000 moments that I'm not with you, and it feels like every time we see each other, no matter how much time has passed, it feels like we're right back there. And that time I didn't tell you that I loved you. I don't know why I didn't, because I did, and I do, and I do, and more than anything. And she just starts to cry, and she says, I know. And I say, what do you mean, you know? And she says, we can't. She says, you and I can't anymore. Last night was, she says, we were clinging on to something, but she has the next thing for herself now, and I'm waterworks at this point. And she says, of course I still love you, but you're the guy that I'm having problems with, and I don't understand, and I'm really crying. And she says, my boyfriend asked me to marry him today, and I love him, and he's been there for me over the past few years. And I said yes. And I am just bawling at this point, and I just am silently weeping at the dinner table in my favorite restaurant, and all the patrons are looking at me. And she says, I'm sorry, Steven, I love you, and I'm sorry. And she gets up, and she goes to the waiter and pays the tab, and she leaves. And Urelian in this moment is like, he's like tearing up. He's just like struggling to compose himself. And Steven takes a deep breath, and he's tearing up as well, and he says, so I rode the train home that night, and while sitting there on the train, wallowing in my self-pity, there's this bright flash, and then I get home, and I don't take off my suit, because I'm not doing great, and I don't set any of my stuff down, because I did some more wine by myself at the place, and so I just walk over to my bed, fell on top of it, and I fell asleep. And then I woke up in the middle of the Liseptian Ocean, and now several years later, really all I want is just to go back and talk to her again. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her and the mistakes I made that led me here. And the two of them just sit in silence for a moment, and Steven looks up to see that Urelian is fully crying now, and the two embrace, and time skips forward once more, and begins to skip so fast that you feel yourself leaving this linkages of memories, and suddenly you return to your consciousness, and it seems that not a moment of real time has actually passed. This all compressed happened in a flash in your minds. And the left is like, who is this man? And the right says, Steven, what is going on? And Steven says, I'm sorry, my friend. And hang on. As soon as Steven begins to tense his leg muscles to begin to move, he's gone. A loud crack fills the air as Steven easily surpasses the sound barrier. Suddenly, he's right behind Imprelius, and Imprelius, being a god, is able just barely to whip around and react to Steven. He's moments too slow to defend himself, though, and Steven unleashes a single punch right into Imprelius, straight into his face, pushing downwards. And it cracks as it breaks the sound barrier multiple times over. Imprelius' blood splurts forward from his face, and, penetrating any protection that the brink would give him. And Imprelius is shot into the ground beneath him exploding as he collides with it, and cracks in a 10-foot radius ripple outwards. And a now broken Imprelius tries to get up and look around to reply, and Steven is suddenly behind him again, and as Imprelius looks around, can't find him, Steven snaps his neck and casts Imprelius to the ground. The entire interaction lasts no longer than 5 seconds. And no sooner does Taoro, the seer, get up and start to run away that Steven is right in front of him, and Steven kicks him, and it is so hard that the man vaporizes instantly. Because he is not a god and he's quite frail, Taoro just dissipates. No, not a chance he could have defended himself. And the right now is in complete shock. Steven's best friend stands before him, and the right says, "Why? We were friends!" And Steven says, "We are friends. And that's why." And you can see Steven almost tearing up as he sees what he must do next. And he starts to slowly approach Urelian. And the Urelian that's now crying, the right, begins to join up with the other, and they fuse together. And as the two fuse, you hear them say, "By blood, time pact." And suddenly the brink energy that was within them, it already grew when they fused, but then it multiplies 100-fold. And now these two monsters are walking towards each other, and suddenly it feels like Urelian's brink energy seems to rival Steven's. And they walk towards each other, and then suddenly crack. Both break the sound barrier as they jump towards each other. Their fists meet in a brink-fueled blast. Steven's current brink energy, having been manifested partly from Urelian, resonates with the brink and Urelian's punch, and the impact explodes at the epicenter of the hit. And as the dust settles, you see a crater formed at the side of the punch. Within the crater, you hear hit after audibly loud hit as the two beat the ever-loving shit out of each other. With each hit, you begin to see blood forming on around their feet, and after each grouping of blows, which may consist of hundreds of punches and hundreds of kicks as far as you're concerned, not to mention hundreds of blocks, all of which last no longer than a few seconds, they're suddenly in another part of the crater. Then they're here, and they're there, and they're here, and they're there. Your eyes are struggling to follow them, and after 10 seconds, the two blast each other to opposite ends of the crater, and Steven struggles to get up. His body is completely obliterated. His shirt is destroyed, blood is pouring out of his chest, he's coughing up blood, and though he's protected from this massive amount of brink energy, having endured thousands of hits, his purely human self hardly stands a chance. And as Urelian gets up, he doesn't look much better. He leans over and coughs, and like a gallon of blood streams from his mouth, and he rises and begins to walk over to Steven, and the two muster strength and teleport one final time to the center for a final hit. Their fists collide, and a shockwave emanates outwards as Steven's arm is utterly shattered. Urelian, in that moment, separates. He says, "By blood, split pact." They split. And the left runs behind and puts Steven in a full headlock. The right now stands before Steven, the left holding Steven still. And the right says, "Why would you do this? You were my closest, my only friend. The only friend I've had in, hundreds of years." And Steven says, "Because the future you wanted, the future you desired, it cannot come to pass. I thought maybe I could sway you onto a different path, but it could not be done. This is the only outcome, I'm sorry." And the right says, "Then I will do then what must be done." And he begins to collect brink energy, and Steven looks at all six of you. And he says, "Hey, you lot!" And your eyes all lock onto his, and he says, "I leave the rest to you, I'm afraid." And then he turns to the right and he says, "I'm afraid, my friend, that neither of us will see the future you so desperately wanted." And with those final words, Steven raises a broken arm and snaps. And the mountain of brink energy still within Steven beams out of his body into the right, and the right explodes. Just his body parts flying to and fro, his arms flying around the arena, his head toppling down to the ground. And the left releases, and then a flash of brink energy, that this final blow from Steven, and all that's left of Steven is his clothes. His clothes fall to the ground, shriveled and burnt. And the other Urelian is left, in confusion, holding nothing but mere scraps of Steven's shirt, with his other half lying dead on the ground before him. He looks back at you with a deep rage in his eyes. Re-roll initiative.
Bro.
Can I just have a second to regroup?
Yes. I'm also...
Can we have a break?
Yes, we
Can
can
we
have
write
a
down
break.
initiative and then take a break?
Yes.
My heart is pounding. Holy shit.
Good writing. Good writing.
Thank you.
Good anime.
I don't know
Yeah,
why you were
nothing to be
nervous.
nervous
That was
about.
great.
Good TV. Good TV.
Well, I felt weird about doing like a 10-minute monologue in a show that's supposed to be collaborative. So,
It's setting the stage, you know.
Fucking
We all
own it.
want that. We all want that lore. We all want it.
That sweet, juicy lore.
Yeah.
And juicy.
It was
Holy
good.
moly.
It was good to live alone in my apartment for a couple of weeks while my brother was out of the country because I just did that monologue a couple times, improvised how I thought it should go into my phone until I got a version I liked, and then I just transcribed it to the thing. But
Hurrah.
That's great.
I'm glad you liked it because I've been nervous about that for about a month. But I mean,
Yeah.
Can we get some claps in the chat? Por favor. That was absolutely getting us ready for this final showdown. Absolutely great writing.
before we get into it, we are going to take a quick break. I'm about to pee my pants. So we will be right back with more Speedrunners and Dragons, this final clash between the left and our party members in just a moment. Just keep your initiative rolls in your brain. We'll take them down in a second, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm cutting back to our screen here just to say hello to everybody. We're some amount of time into the show, who knows? But I'd like to thank all of you for being around, sticking around. I've got a lamp now. I've got a second drink here. I hope everybody has a nice meal, potentially some PJs or something, and is just having an excellent evening. We are so grateful to be able to put on this show for you guys every other week. And, yeah, I'm glad people enjoyed that last thing, because that was the thing I was, selfishly looking forward to a lot Because I, get to flex the writing a little bit.
You're a genius, dude.
I don't know about that. But thank you, Danny. But yes, if you are on YouTube, please consider subscribing if you've enjoyed the content. Stick around to the end of the video to find out if the show will party on. All right, we're almost all met, so I can start taking some initiatives down here. So let's hear Elion.
18.
Okay. Let's hear Veril.
12.
Jader.
9.
Daneth.
13.
13. Hadak.
Also 13.
Okay. Which one of you wants to go first? We'll just decide now.
You can go first.
Cool. Then I'll just make Daneth's a 14 to make it easier for myself. And we will wait for Elencia. We cozy, we snug, love jammies, want hug.
Are all buffs still active?
Who said 18?
Yeah, Elencia's is an 18.
Okay.
Yeah, I tied. L and L tied.
So you'll go first, Elion.
Just as
All
just as a quick reminder, it's been 3 turns for Bless, so there's 6 left.
I was
Excellent.
going to ask what elements of the fight are remaining and what are not.
Any active status effect on Urelian is gone. So confusion, the mantle thing, those 2 things are gone. Any brink things that would have directly affected either one of them separately are gone. Hunter's Mark transfers to the 1.
But everything affecting us is still a thing, right?
Yes.
And we haven't
My
healed
brink's still
any, or
activated, and-
No. You're exactly the same as you were
Okay.
just before everything happened.
And I'm still on the ground with
Yes.
the doc.
Yes.
And I'm still bringing up the rear.
Actually, I would say
Like
that
always.
while this was all happening, just to make things easier, I'm going to say you all kind of regrouped. Just to
Okay.
be
And we stood up.
just to be witness to this thing. So I would say that the 6 of you are together, and the Shadow, the 7 of you, are together, in some formation, maybe 20 feet away from the crater, in which they did this final battle, the 2 of them.
and how far away is Urelian?
The crater's radius is like 40 feet, so he's like 60 feet from you guys.
Okay.
And he is walking towards you. And I'm just going to go ahead and start, if that's cool. I think Fu might be a second.
Yeah.
So, as the left walks towards you, his eyes beat red and blood draining from all over his body, he speaks, and he says, "Your understanding of the brink is so rudimentary, it disgusts me. His understanding of the brink was only slightly better than your own, and yet that was enough to kill my other half? How is this fucking possible? Allow me to show you a little bit more of what my brink power can do, what my brink power can do. I never imagined that it'd be pushed to this point, that we'd be pushed to this point. Luckily, our brink has a contingency for situations such as this. When the other dies, we only get stronger. Enjoy my evolved brink." And he says, "By blood, lost pact." And some remnant brink energy from the other one zooms into him, and his brink energy bursts forth. And you're now dealing with an ultra-powerful final version of the left. And we are going to start, actually, with the left. He rolled 19.
Classic.
So, the left... Oh my god. Okay. The first thing he's going to do is he's going to... essentially, I mean, he's so fast. He's not nearly as fast as he was in that encounter with Steven just now. Obviously, he's been taxed, right? He's had this taxing sort of thing going on. A thing being a deadly encounter. But he, runs at you guys. And he's so fast. And he arrives at Veril within seconds. And Veril, he is going to attack you. Does a 20 hit?
Sure does.
Okay, so you notice as the punch is coming in, the same brink energy that he does for those big punches coalesces in just his fist. And he's going to punch you directly with it.
Okay.
That's
I mean,
great.
there's nothing I can do.
That's correct. It's going to be easier to just Google this.
The numbers are too high for napkin math.
Is this a missile?
No. You take 44 damage.
Holy moly!
Are you gonna negate that, Varel?
Actually, I take 0.
But wait.
This is to make up for all the times where it's like, actually.
Varel, please make a DC 20 strength saving throw.
Oh boy, DC 20. Holy moly. Okay. I still have bless, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for 6. Yeah.
Okay. 22.
You don't move. Actually, no. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
It just hits my rock hard abs.
Yeah, your stomach caves in.
You're no selling it. Yeah.
You are blown back 30 feet.
Wow.
You,
But I am standing.
yes. You are hit and you just dig into the ground 30 feet back. And he's not done.
No, of course not.
What is it, Bobby?
Not the multi-attack!
It is the multi-attack. The left is now gunning for Jader, the one that wields the sword that killed his son.
Fair.
It's a bad time to be. Hey, Dan, if you want.
Hey, Jader, remember when I asked this question before? You didn't mind if I held on to it? Well, now look who's
made
talking.
A huge mistake.
Does an 18 hit you?
Yes, it does.
Then we're re-rolling. You take 49 damage. And please make a DC 20. Just make a strength saving throw, please, and you can add bless.
Fail.
Okay, you are blasted 100 feet back,
What?
and you are prone.
Oh yeah.
So you are. I mean, he just gathers up energy and punches you in the gut, and you go. Team Rocket is blasting off again. And you, like, you're literally spinning in the air, and then you land, you bounce and slide to a stop.
Ow.
And that's his turn. And he plants himself firmly at the edge of the crater. He disengages and plants himself firmly at the edge, so he is 20 feet from you all. And it is now Elion's turn.
Well, that was messed up. Remind me again, Daneth, what does your brink, does the strength addition, like, do all the additions compound into, like, full turns down the road, or is it just the turn that it's used?
All turns.
Down the road.
Until
Okay.
it runs out. I don't know how long it lasts.
It did not define a duration. Like, it's the
End of the battle, maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sure.
Then I'm going to go ahead and use the brink. I'm going to use Daneth's brink. I haven't been able to do this the entire time, so we're going to make it happen right now.
Okay.
With the power invested in me in the bird.
You say indomitable trust.
I do say that. And then I deafen my microphone.
Yeah, deafen away.
I get to be on this end for once. Let's
Yeah,
go.
okay, so Daneth, how this works is you must say on a scale of 1 to 10 how much you trust Elion. Hadak,
That's a 9.
Jader,
10.
Varel,
And no question.
Daneth.
8.
I think I can speak for Elle. She would say 10 in this situation.
She
I think
would.
it's pretty clear that the two of them are quite tight.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hey, Chief. Your movement speed increases by 47 feet, so long as the bird is on your shoulder. You can add... Yeah, we'll do the same. It's like brackets. Okay. 1d6 to all attack rolls. Not to hit, but to damage.
Okay.
And your strength modifier goes up by 2, and all affected things. So weapons that use strength, strength saves, stats that use strength, etc.
Not incredibly useful for me, but it's good to have, I suppose.
That's that.
That is that, and that was my action. So as now question, can I use this on healing spells as well? D6 plus on healing spells.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Daneth's Brink is pretty much purely for destruction.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. Well, that being said, I think I'm gonna go ahead and use Mantle of Inspiration again, on all of my teammates,
Okay.
including myself. We're all back up to 8 temporary hit points, and we can all use our movement speed as a reaction. And I'm going to do so to move 20 feet behind myself.
Oh, Foo's gone again.
Fu left again.
Dangers, there you go. Yeah, I think you could move her in.
I'd like to attempt to stand up on my.
You can use this bonus reaction speed to stand up.
Oh, then I'll do that too.
Foo, here's
You get your
what
full movement speed, whatever that is.
So, Bobby, you were already stood. One thing that I
Alright.
said was in the sort of kerfuffle,
Everyone's-
everybody kind of grouped up.
Got
Foo.
it grouped together. Yeah. I remember that.
So during the Steve and Urelian fight, Foo, you guys all kind of grouped up 20 feet away from the crater's edge, and you're now fighting just this left one. And he said, by blood, lost pact, and he's now super strong and super fast, and he obliterated, basically, Varel and Jader. Not completely, but did a lot of damage to both of them. And Elion is using Daneth's Brink. And on the trust level, just because you and Elion are so chummy, I said 10 for you for Elion.
That was fine.
Yeah, because I figured that was kosher.
Yeah.
Cool. Elion, is that your turn, my friend?
That'll be my turn.
Okay. That means, Elencia, it is thy turn.
Perfect. I got this big bowl, this rice bowl. I was able to assemble it all. You all are very sweet. Thank you for waiting for me. And
Of course.
This sword did not wait for me. It thought I was gone again. Is this a new creature? Do I need to
Hunter's Mark is on him, and all your pre-existing effects are active. So your Brink is still active, and
Right.
Hunter's Mark is still active.
Yeah, I've been counting my turns so for it. Okay. And we still have Bless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess who's gonna try to shoot him? This girl. Well, I'm gonna do that once. In a multi-attack, can I change the target for the second attack?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna shoot at him once, and then see after that. So 17 and 25.
Hit.
Okay, great. So this will be all of my stuff. 11, 16, so 24,
Nice.
and then I get 8, which would be 32. Okay, who's feeling worse for wear? I'm assuming Hadak is still doing pretty terrible.
Oh, if the
damage.
range of Mantle of Inspiration is 60 feet, then you cannot reach who got Jader.
Yeah,
so Jader cannot stand up, and also does not get the temporary hit points back.
That's right, yeah.
Wait, I can't stand up,
Not in that moment, because Elion's spell cannot reach you.
and I don't have the hit points.
Correct.
I
Unfortunately
am
not.
in bad shape.
It's
Okay,
also 100 feet away.
Here, throw me the sword.
you're 100 feet away from me?
That's how far the punch
yes.
flew him back.
Yeah.
But you can have a reaction of movement speed because I use Mantle of Inspiration
Yes.
on you. So
El,
if you want to run...
You can move your full movement speed right now for free.
Yeah, but it's still. I mean, I could try the spear thing again, but I don't think he'll be able to catch it if he's knocked down.
You could just shoot him with an arrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that.
He doesn't look too happy about it, but...
I don't know.
You'll get a lot of health back, Chief.
I have 32 health to restore to somebody. So I'm gonna.
I'm single digits on the lower side.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna shoot you because I think I
I'm
have
gonna
to.
shoot you.
I'm gonna
That's
lick
what I'm
my
scared
arrow
of.
and be like, "Don't worry."
Yeah,
Okay,
so
does the
What if
arrow
it kills me?
damage
Yeah, that's what I'm
happen
saying.
first?
What if it kills me before I?
I think it would be at the.
it doesn't matter because if somebody is killed, they are not dead, they're just unconscious unless their full hit points are also done in the negative in one attack. And so the healing will then bring him up, or does healing just restore him to 1?
It just restores him to, like, he would still be unconscious.
I assume
Like,
this would
he
be
would get the healing, but still be unconscious for a while.
Because the impact, like once...
I'm going to say it's instantaneous. The healing and the damage happen at the same time.
So you just subtract the damage.
Yeah, just subtract the damage from the healing and get the health back. That's my rationale.
Right. Is there any way to lower how much damage I do? I mean, I'm not doing.
You don't have to do the psychic damage, but that's about it. You're gonna shoot him with an arrow.
Yeah. Okay, here it comes. All right, so I rolled a hit, I guess.
Yeah, with advantage.
With advantage.
Yeah, he's in prone.
Okay. Does an 18 hit you? Okay, then I don't need to roll both. Yeah, and they're 22.
Imagine if you crit.
Oh, good, I got a 2, so that's 7. So then you would heal
25.
25?
7, so 25.
So wait. So
You
we're
heal
just-
25.
That's
We're
it.
not saying I took damage first. 'cause-
You heal 25.
It's instantaneous. So you overall have gained 25 health.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I shot him and then shot you.
Though with attacks that do 45 at a time, I don't know if that's even useful.
Yeah, well, it's better than nothing.
It sure is better than nothing.
Sure is.
Nothing.
And then how far am I from the left?
So, what's the range on your bow?
150.
Okay, then you could have shot him from wherever, so you didn't even have to move. I think her bow is 150, 300.
150, 600 with
150,
disadvantage.
600. Damn!
Yeah, it's a long bow.
So yeah, you could have shot him from where you were standing if you wanted to, which means you're 20 feet from him.
From the left?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna back up.
Yeah, come join me again.
I'm gonna back up. That's
Okay.
my full movement speed.
Sweet. You also could double that if you want. From Mantle of Inspiration, you could have backed up an additional movement. It's up to you.
Yeah, I also have feline agility. I can double my speed until the end of my turn if I don't move on the net. And then I just can't use it again until I don't move another turn.
If you want it, what's your movement speed?
30.
So you could move 90 feet conceivably right now.
I'll move. I'm 20 feet from him.
Yes, correct.
I'll move 40 feet back. I'll just be
Okay.
60 feet away for now.
Sweet. Then you still have feline agility because we'll just take the other 10 from
Mantle of Inspiration.
Man of Inspiration. Exactly.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm just
sweet.
10 feet behind Elion, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, but come on.
Sweet.
Now I'm gonna get my water because I forgot.
Sure, no problem.
I'm done.
Daneth, it's your turn.
Okay. I think it's time before things get worse to hurl my javelin. So I am going to pull out Kyoko the javelin and attempt to hit
Sure.
right here. So does a 22 hit?
Yes.
Okay. So, what was
It
what
was
the word?
flame on. Flame on.
I just look straight at you. It's like flame on, and I just hurl it loose, and I hope it does a lot of damage. So, it's going to be the regular javelin damage.
Plus
This
your
is a
brink.
1d6 plus my brink, which is another d6. Oh, I'm using the bonus action, I guess, to get the hunter's mark on there. So that's another d6.
Hunter's Mark is already on him.
Okay. Then,
So it's 3d6 plus strength plus proficiency.
Okay. Yep. And then plus 7. That's 11 plus 7. Is it strength proficiency or? Oh, wait, it's plus 7. Okay, yeah, plus 3. So that is 24 damage.
And that's
Okay.
not with the lightning
Nice.
yet, correct?
That's that's 24 damage, and then on top of that, the on hit the target takes 4d6 lightning damage. I'll roll that now. I'm
Let's
not
go.
keeping track. So
That's okay. I've got the first half already.
yeah, so I'm just gonna roll the 4d6s, and that is 16 damage.
Nice.
Let's go. Daneth doing work.
So Daneth with his, he's glowing gold at this point. And so is Elion for what it's worth. But Daneth is glowing gold, and he and yells flame on, and the javelin turns into lightning and strikes straight through the left. And it goes straight through him, like it hits through him. And he takes 16 plus 24 is 40 damage.
Not bad.
Yeah, how does that feel, Urelian?
Yeah,
And that's just attack 1 because I got multi-attack. I'm just gonna...
It don't say. A multi-attack?
Multi-take.
Multi-attack.
job, Danny.
All right, the next is do I roll the bardic or the plus for attack rolls?
Yes, the bless is on attack rolls, correct.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so I needed that. That is a 20.
That hits.
Okay, and then like before, I roll the 8, the 6, the 6. Do I add I don't add strength to a bow.
No, a bow is
No, it's
dexterity.
Yeah, and then plus proficiency. So that will be. I'm losing all the tabs, so that's 7 plus 7, 14. That is 14 damage.
Sweet. 54 damage in one turn, not bad, Daneth. Excellent. So he throws the javelin, shoots an arrow, and the left is looking mighty beat up. And we go now to Hadak.
All right, Hadak's got to do some overtime here. First off, he's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself at the second spell level, rolling a 2d8, adding a 6 to that. And 13 plus 6 is 19, so I'm going to heal 19 health. As a bonus action, I'm going to be casting Healing Word at the third spell level, targeting good old Daneth right there. Daneth, feel free to roll 3d4 and add 7 to that total.
3d4 plus 7, let's go. That is 14.
All right, not bad. And because I healed Daneth, the blessed healer feat, I also get to regain HP equal to 2 plus the spell's level, so I get that much back.
And that 14, that's how much I healed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
As my other bonus action, we have 5 more turns of bless, and I have 5 more turns of my Killingsworth spectral weapon. I would like to motion to cleave him thus.
Sure. With bless?
Would you say
With bless?
I'm not blessed.
Oh, yes, correct.
And I'm sure a 13 doesn't hit.
It does
So,
not. It does not.
okay.
Healed a bunch. It swings right over him. He ducks quickly. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Vero.
Staying with the group.
Okay.
Okay.
I have had an idea,
Okay.
and I'm looking to finish this right here.
Oh.
Okay. So,
I know it's coming.
Veryl is going to yell as loud as he can to Jader. Jader, trust me, okay? And Veryl's going to defer to his shadow. His shadow is going to take the dash action. Additionally, he's going to use his bonus action to use Step of the Wind for 1 key point, which doubles his movement speed again.
Okay.
With quadruple movement speed, the shadow is going to run 200 feet, whatever it is.
200 feet is vastly different than 200 meters.
It sure is. Whatever units we're using.
Feet.
The shadow is 100 feet away from Jader, who is lying prone on the ground.
Yes.
And the shadow is going to reach for the Vorpal blade.
Ooh, yes. I see where this is going.
I see where it's going. I'm in.
Bam!
The shadow's going to grab the Vorpal blade. Jader seems willing, and dash the 70 feet back to Veryl and pass it off.
Veryl, we enter your mind. You are in a 1-inch thick layer of red, murky water. There is red and purple hues about, and a shadowy figure before you that looks peeved that he is yet to overcome anyone that touches this fucking sword. The shadow says, "Who enters my domain?" and then rushes into you. You must make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
With bless.
Indeed.
Just pass it to everybody, you know?
I got a 17.
You pass. We suddenly
Okay.
we come out of Veryl's mind, and he's holding the Vorpal blade, and it glows red and black.
Okay. And Veryl, being 30 feet away from Urelian, is going to pull the coin out of his pocket.
I will flip it for you, my friend.
Go
Oh my
for
God.
it.
Oh my
God.
goodness.
So
you gotta pull out all the stops for this.
heads is good. Tails is darkness.
Oh.
And as he's flipping the coin, he's just gonna let it fall to the ground. And while the coin is in the air, he's gonna run to Urelian and take a giant fucking swing right for his neck.
You swing, and the Vorpal blade almost seems to grab at the left's neck, some amount of brink energy guiding the blade forth, and a clean swing, and the head separates from the body and topples to the ground, and a fountain of brink energy billows out of the neck of the left. Souls of people eaten, devoured, crushed, pouring out of his body, it rippling to and fro, and it bursts in a final burst, and his head disintegrates.
Danny,
The
so
left,
please.
the left has been beheaded, defeated.
Wait, what was the coin
Unbelievable
result?
play.
The coin result was heads. If
Let's go.
it were tails, we may have lost a player. And I promise, I did not fudge it. I genuinely flipped a coin. Well, online, I googled flip a coin and flipped a coin.
Woo!
Holy.
We've gotten pretty lucky this campaign.
Well, Urelian was supposed to yell and cry at his death, but that can't happen anymore.
I'm so glad the coin was used, though, dude. Oh, that makes me so happy.
So after the hundreds of years that have now amounted to nothing, you feel the sorrow and the anguish and the anger leaving the left's body, his work utterly unfinished. Whatever may come to pass now, he will not see it. Neither he nor his other half will ever again witness the history of this world. As his cries and his echoes bounce around the wasteland many times over, this brink explosion creating such an immutable, indistinguishable, and yet so discernible noise of death of a god, the left has perished. The field is silent, and with that I will pause the music. Looking into the distance, it appears as though the combined forces now, this is really the first time you've taken stock of them, it's thousands clashing. The combined forces are finishing destroying what is left of the gods' forces. With none left, however, none of the gods left, many of the monsters begin to flee and disperse into the wilds, wherever they can go, completely and utterly defeated. Without Urelian, they've nothing left to fight for. Kudos, gamers. So, in this moment, what music do I want?
I'm really proud that nobody died.
Don't speak too soon.
God. Shh.
So, you all just, plant, exhausted, both emotionally and physically and psychologically, just exhausted. And as these monsters and everything begin to flee and disperse, the combined forces start cheering, and, they're collecting their dead, and the various commanders of the different forces. Katya the First is commanding her army because she's a badass. And Yalto's commanding the pirates, and they all sort of start converging. They have a meeting, and then Yalto and Aurelio and Katya the First sort of come up with a couple other people in tow. And, Katya sees you guys and sees Urelian's head and looks back at everybody, and she calls out, I need as many healers as you can spare right now. And you just see some, groups of healing squads starting to sort of bustle about. And as they're collecting their dead, they start funneling towards you. It might be a few minutes before they arrive, but they're coming. Aurelio looks down and says, so that's it then. He's truly dead. And Troyo says, I never thought I'd live to see the day. Who did it? Who delivered the final blow?
The one that started it all.
Beryl is literally flat on his back.
And Yalto's like, I knew I'd put my stock in the right man. See, this guy fucks. I knew it the whole time. And he walks up to you and he starts shaking. He's like, Beryl, you're so cool. And then Yalto runs up and he's like, I'm gonna plant a smooch on my ex-girlfriend. And Katya's like, no, thank you. And they sort of have this weird moment and she's like, no. And Aurello is just like beside himself that the quest is complete. And he walks up to Elion, he gives you a hug, and he's just like beside himself, as I'm sure you all are. Like, it's over. The gods are dead. And Katya the First says, I do not know how this has come to pass, but it's incredible. You've done it. I mean, this is truly it. This is the end of it. You should all be very proud of yourselves. And Veryl, obviously, you know, you started this journey, and we are eternally grateful, but we are eternally grateful to all of you.
So, what news of our offerings to the God's Wall, then?
I sent mine. The summer solstice is technically not until tomorrow. I think if I've got my math right. Because you came 2 days before one day. So she's like, it's not till tomorrow, but I've sent mine preemptively. She's waiting outside the entrance with a few of my guards, just, you know, tending to the boats, but probably nothing.
Is there any way for us to find out what was going on all these years?
Well, I don't really know, but I don't think the gods themselves open the doors on the summer solstice. I think it just opens.
Well, maybe we should go.
Investigate.
I like that plan.
Gotta make sure to rest on the way. Just in case.
And as the medics start to... Also, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate that. And as the medics start to get close, you just hear... Wow. The bastards really did it. This is incredible. And Veryl, you pop up and you look, and Troyo, the pirate who was so powerful with the brink in that bar, you know, you see the man in front of you that brought you in front of the Pirate King Yalto at Pirate's Haven, and he's standing over Urelian's head, over Urelian's body, and he walks over to Imprelius's body lying on the ground, and he puts down on the neck and he picks the body up off the ground, and he holds it in front of him, and he spits on its face, and he throws it back into the ground. And he says, my father is dealt with as well. This is quite excellent. One more secret, Dad. Couldn't help myself. Couldn't help myself.
Oh my god. Okay, good. I'm glad there's one more. We needed another one.
Goddamn.
And he looks at all of you. He says, I truly do have to commend you on a job well done. I had accepted that I was just going to be an insignificant piece in this world. I had resigned to just marauding around the seas, trying to find fun. Maybe that would have worked for a time, but when I heard that this fight was going to happen and Troyo asked me personally to command a vessel, I thought, well, I can kill my father. This is excellent. So I joined in and I was ecstatic. And I thought there might be a slim chance that you all might actually succeed as well, which would be bonus, extra great. But I was fairly certain that Urelian at least would defeat you, but here we are. Kudos, my friends, kudos.
While that little monologue is happening, Veryl is balancing his quarterstaff on his finger with a little pinpoint of brink light, and he's like flipping it upside down and just pointing at it like excitedly.
And he laughs and he points at it and he laughs and he says, you know, it's really quite poetic, honestly, because what was barring me from what I wanted was them, and now they're gone, and the power the gods sought for so long can now be mine. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful reality you've crafted for me, and I really didn't have to do anything. By the time I arrived, my father was ready to hightail it out to kill you, but now you did it. That's good. That's nice.
What do you mean, the power they sought?
Oh, well, I really don't want to get into the weeds about it. I kind of just got to get working, because there's a lot to do. Bye now. I will see you, I'm sure, but, goodbye. And he amasses brink energy at his feet, much as the same he did with his fists before, and his fingers back in the bar in Pirate's Haven, and he bursts past all of you, the wind following him, blowing your hair and your clothes all about. And Katya's like, that sounded bad, right? Like, that's not good?
That is very not good.
So
To the gods well?
he's headed for a ship, right? So what was he talking about? And Katya looks to the lot of you and is looking for answers.
Apparently that's Imprelius' son.
And that's bad.
I guess.
Very, very much so. I have a feeling where he's headed.
Yalto says, yes, he's probably heading to his own ship, to be precise, and it's a good one. He was enlisted with getting a good amount of fighters here, so it's definitely still there. Luckily. You're gonna be really proud of me, guys. I never trusted that ferret. So I had one of my men, Prillin, I think his name was, put a magic tracker, on the ship. I've got sorcerers. I've got wizards in my crew, and they're pretty good, so... I had him put a magic tracker on the ship, so I'll go get that guy if he's still alive, and find out where the ship is headed. So I'll be right back. And Yalto starts running off. And as he runs off, the healers arrive, and they start treating you guys. There is a main healer, and he's holding this strange staff, and he, grabs the staff tightly, and you see that there are thorns in it, and it pierces his hands, and he whispers a brink name to himself, and healing magic starts coming out of the staff and into the various healers, and then they start healing you, and you feel everything restored. You feel good as new. Your health is all back, magic is all back, brink is all back, you feel fresh as a daisy.
Thank goodness for that.
Great, let's go get Troyo. Big thank you to the healers.
And Yalto returns, and he's holding this very wee wizard. And he puts him down and he says, tell them what you told me. And the guy's like, he's headed to Zethus, so... Hey, guys. And then this guy just, turns around and walks away.
If I feel good, I'm just gonna start running toward a ship. Go find a
Yeah, what are
golden
we waiting
razor.
for? Let's go.
Aurelio's like, I've had an idea for a second, and I want to try it, if that's cool with you guys. And he
Okay, I'll stop.
he runs in front of you, and he grabs the, thing of water he bought from Magic
yeah.
Miles' ship, and he's like, okay, everybody stand right in front of me.
Okay.
So he directs the six of you to stand in front of him, and he opens the cap, and he points it down at the ground, and water starts pressing out of it, and he also says, Inverse Oasis, and you just find yourself sitting on sand that is flowing forward at an immense rate. And Aurelio's, struggling to control this thing as it, flies forward, and you all just ride this dune wave all the way to the shore, and you sort of roll off the end, and he closes the thing and cancels his brink. He's like, everybody on the ship.
Okay.
Let's go.
On.
That was a good idea.
But then you get on the ship, and suddenly you see the skies start to darken.
Oh, good.
And you hear Elion, you're standing right next to him, and Aurelio says, I really thought we'd have more time than this. Alright, everybody shirts off.
Now's not the time.
Everybody shirts off!
Right, okay. Okay, you don't have to tell me twice.
I thought this is the Golden Razor.
Yes, it is the fastest ship of its size, but clearly he's got a faster ship, and he had about, some time on us, and maybe he knows a route. I don't really know. He ran really fast. Look, the bottom line is I need to get you there faster. Oh my god, if Dave actually took his fucking shirt off.
If I was wearing my sweatshirt, I would have.
There you go.
And Hadak, you obviously know what's going on.
Mhm.
But nobody else has any idea. And Urello is like, well, no time like the present. And he cuts his hand and says, lift. And an inkwell and a quill appear in midair. And he grabs them and he runs to Elion first and he goes, okay, so I don't know the exact coordinates, but I think I've got a pretty good idea. I'm going to send you to the edge of the island since it's the only part anyone's ever seen since the God's Wall.
You're gonna what? What are you?
It's not really time for questions. I'm gonna put you there.
Oh, sure.
Look, okay, so remember that thing when my dad was like, you get brinks from your parents, maybe? And he was like, you didn't get one from your mom. That's my impression of my dad. It wasn't very good. Look, I did get something from my mom, I think, and it's a better version of her brink, I'm pretty sure, because I can put anyone anywhere if I know the precise location relative to me.
All right.
So anyway,
Well, let's go for it.
when the doors open on the solstice, the people ferrying the offerings in can see in for a few minutes, right? And, like, it's just, the perimeter of the island, which is just, like, woods. So that's the only place I'm sending you where I know you won't just die, so I'm just going to send you there and hope for the best. And he dips the quill in the inkwell, and he writes on Elion's back, and then he says lift, and he physically lifts you into the air, and suddenly you blink, and you're in the forest.
Damn.
And the rest of you see, basically, as Elion gets lifted, he, like, disappears. And then he runs to Varel, and he's like, okay, you ready?
Not really.
Okay, too bad. And he writes the location, and then he goes over to Jader, and he's like, Jader, you good?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he lifts you, and then it's a proper teleportation. And then he goes to Hadak, and he's like, we've done this before. And then he does it, and then lifts you. And then he walks up to Ellen, he's like, sorry, and then writes the
My
quill
fur's
down.
on end, but I'm like, okay, just do it.
And you feel like wet ink on your back, and then and you're suddenly in the forest. And then he goes up to who's last? Daneth. He's like, all right, Daneth, you ready?
I was born ready.
Okay. I feel like you'd say something like that, so I teed you up. And then
Toss me.
writes on your back and lifts you, and suddenly you all find yourselves together in the woods, and you feel the intonation of Urello's brink in your minds saying farewell and good luck.
We're gonna need it.
So, you find yourself in a densely wooded area. Turning around and looking up beyond the trees, you can see the vast God's Wall behind you.
And it's shut right now.
Yes, correct.
So, yeah.
And just past the woods, you think you can see maybe there's a clearing, you're not sure. It's a sizable island. I'll pull up the map for a second for everybody. So they're in Zethus within the God's Wall. This is, the place that we've talked about oh so many times. And it's just woods as far as the eye can see. You think maybe you can see a clearing, you're not sure. The skies are starting to get a little dark. And that's where you are.
Are there any signs of life? Do animals live here?
There are some animals. There's like little rabbits scurrying and some squirrels in the trees.
I tap Elle on the shoulder and I should say, you should ask them what goes on here.
Yes. So yeah, I'm all good. So I can use speak with animals, and whatever's close that I can kind of chat with.
There's a chipmunk on the ground nearby.
Great. Is it
Chippy's
Chippy?
cousin.
Nutty boy. Oh, Chippy boy.
Nutty
Chippy
boy.
boy. Chippy
I saw
boy.
him come up.
And the chipmunk looks up at you and senses that you're trying to talk to it.
Be like, okay, what should we ask first? Everyone. No? Great.
Well,
Are you
Where-
at least 1 year old?
Okay.
Wait, what?
We'll be like, sure. And then I'll say, do you see the sacrifices come through?
Hi, my name is Chippy Girl.
Nice to meet
Introductions seemed important, so still on
I
map?
apologize.
Okay,
We're in
thank
a
you.
rush.
I always do this. Thank you, Bobby. Chippy Girl says, sorry, ask your question again. Sacrifices?
Do you see people being brought in through these woods to somewhere important looking?
My mom, Chippy Mom, Chippy Mom said that like people came in like every year.
Yes. Do you know where that might lead to?
Sure. Well, my nagging wife is back home, so I have to deal with that. But I could delay that to just take you guys there.
It would be great if you could do us the service.
Yes, I, Chippy Girl, wife of nagging wife, canonically will take you there.
Okay,
And,
great. Be like, Chippy Girl will lead us there. The
I'm
first
just
time hearing
imaging
that
this
name.
as
Question.
Or, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, have the sacrifices, the current year sacrifices, it's not that time yet. The doors
No.
haven't opened yet.
Correct.
We're still a day in advance.
Right. Okay, just was
Yeah.
making sure.
So I can assume like what we heard is just a whole bunch of like squeaking back and forth in a hilarious fashion.
Yes.
I'm probably
"All
like
right, let's go. Okay.
growling at it, and I'm like, "We got passage. Let's go. We have a guide."
So Chippy Girl,
Um.
our gay queen, starts scampering forward, and you follow in tow, and she just keeps like she's like, God, I hate my wife, and then she just keeps running forward, and you arrive at what looks like a campsite almost. Once you get to like near the perimeter, of the inner perimeter of the woods, and there is some kind of cabin. Like it looks like there are a series of cabins, and there's sort of a rundown cabin to your right.
Okay.
Well, I want to go
Investigate.
check
It?
out this cabin.
Gang. Me and
You
Scoob
know,
will go
nobody
check
ever
out the house.
understands. Like, this was like, we never know what happens to any of the sacrifices. I wonder if any of them are still here. Or
Just the
working
cabin.
at this cabin.
So who's going in? Who's going in?
I'm going
I'm
in.
going in.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, roll investigation, please.
I'll circle the perimeter and see if anything important.
Sure.
I'm staying outside with.
My rolls
Without-
suck.
Okay, let's get Elle and Vero first.
Okay, we're rolling investigation as well.
Correct.
Okay. 15.
4.
Okay. Jader.
4.
Daneth.
17.
Hadak.
3.
Elion.
19.
Okay. We'll go to Elion and Elle. So Elle, around the perimeter, there's a moment when you're on the back and you look, and there look like to be notch marks
Okay.
in the logs, and there are hundreds of notch marks. But then a new set begins, and it looks like a different length of notch mark, like maybe a different person.
Okay. Hundreds of notches per section.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And other than that, there's not really anything distinctive outside. You
Okay.
do see you and Veryl do find a fireplace that's been out for a long time, and just what looks like livings, things that signify that people lived here.
Just in this cabin. Okay.
Elion, inside, as you're walking around, and all four of you Hadak, Daneth, and Jada are walking around, Elion, you feel like you creak on a plank that can rise.
Okay. I kind of keep that in the back of my head as we explore more.
Sure, it's a one-room cabin, and there is a table and a little bucket, like maybe has some still water in it, where you might have used to wash, and there are some writing utensils strewn across the table, but no parchment.
Okay. After we've taken a couple seconds to look around the room, I wave everybody over to where I noticed that, and I press down into the panel that I felt.
As the plank upends, you see there's a diary, some kind of book beneath.
I take it out and I open it up.
It's just pages and pages of diary entries of clearly the residents of this cabin, but it'll be huge sections, all dated, huge sections of one language, and then, oh, there goes the dog barking, and then huge sections of another language, different handwriting, and the dates, switch. It'll be early in the year to around middle of the year, and then that section stops. Then middle of the year forward to the end of the year. And all the last pages, the ones you can actually read, like the ones that are in Common or Elvish, it looks like are saying, like, detailing, hide this book. It is how we keep, like, a written history of ourselves. And
I'm frantically flipping through this for Dwarmish because, my sister could have been here.
You do not find... you find a Dwarmish entry, but it doesn't look anything like your sister's handwriting.
Okay.
And the Dwarmish entry sort of just details, like, the conditions are fine. Like, you basically just forage for yourself. But the knowledge that you're going to be taken eventually. And you know that based on the prior entries.
Right.
And to be clear, this is definitely written by the sacrifices that have been brought here in years past.
Yes, this seems to be written by the offerings, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I relay all that to the team, of course. Anybody who's inside.
We can come to the door and hear it.
Sure.
Is there any indication as to how long it's been since the last person was here?
Good question.
Just kind of open it up to the very back of the book and see what the date is.
There's a lot of empty pages, but then as you get like maybe 50 pages back from the back of the book, it seems like maybe the last people were taken away a month ago.
Is the chipmunk still there?
Sorry?
Is the chipmunk still there? Chippy girl?
Chippy girl is like literally banging on an acorn, and she's like...
I'll come pick it up and open it for her.
She's like, thanks, and then starts eating it.
She's just shove it in her mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to talk with a full mouth.
Yeah, she's like, what next?
Yeah. Do you know what happens to the people here?
Yeah, the like tall, imposing people take them to the center of the island.
All imposing people. Oh, I don't understand this. Yeah.
How do we get to the center from here?
I don't really want to take you there, but I can show you to the perimeter of the forest.
Sure. Is there anything that we would need to know before we get there? Like, is it dangerous?
I don't go there.
You don't know. Okay, it's okay. Yes, please guide us in that direction. And then I'll relay, like, looks like sacrifices get taken to the center and they can show us the way. To an extent.
I reach down and I try to give the chipmunk like a little pat on the head.
I'll say, he's safe. We'll not eat you.
She's like, oh yeah, that's good.
I'll be like, you may want to stop there, Beryl. It's getting a little too intense.
And she's like, all right, let's go. Hop on the magic school bus. Let's go.
Here we go.
Miss Frizzle's a queer icon, and I will hear nothing against that. So, Chippy Girl starts taking you guys forward to the inner perimeter of the trees. And you reach it within maybe an hour.
Okay.
And it's just a clearing. A little bit of an incline, maybe like 1% grade incline, like up to maybe a center point. Enough so that like the center is not super visible, but you see it's just grass from here to the middle.
My spell should have worn off by now, so I'd have to use it again to talk to her.
Okay.
Just
It's up
try
to
to
you.
be more accurate.
It's up to you whether you want to use it again or not. If it's a cantrip, there's no reason not to.
What?
If it's a cantrip, there's really no reason not to.
I mean, it's actually a level 1 spell.
Then yeah, I mean, Chippy Girl is like, we're done, and then leaves.
Probably gonna be like that way and then run off. Yeah.
She like scratches Varyl's leg for a second and then runs away and like points, and then is like gone.
Okay. Okay. Can I climb a tree so I can see what's ahead?
Sure.
Great.
You scamper up the tree and you look forward, and it looks like there's some kind of like a stone feature, maybe a mile ahead.
Okay. And is it just in the middle of a clearing? Like, are there walls around it?
It's the middle of a clearing, yeah.
Okay. I'll just relay that. To
And there's a
clearing.
bright light coming from it.
And a big stone something with light pouring out of it. Is it blue?
It is blue.
With blue light. I surmise it is Brink related.
Some sort
do
of
you all
very
think?
important Brink monument, by the sounds of it.
Oh, we're only wasting time before our friend gets here.
I worry about traps, so I think we should just proceed with caution.
Does this place remind me at all of the mound near the Saltstroke Forest? Being from there.
Only in the sense that, like, yeah, there's latent brink energy here.
Okay. It's not like a giant grassy hill? That's what I thought I heard.
It is, but not as exponentially as the mound. Like,
Okay.
the mound is, like, almost a mountain. Whereas this is just, like, a slower grade increase.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Do you wish to proceed?
Should we investigate?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay. Just
We'll
be careful.
walk forward. I'll lead in case anything happens. So I'll shield the brunt of it.
So as you walk forward, you know...
I'll be on treetops kind of following, so I can kind of...
Well, once you get to the clearing, it's just... There's no trees anymore.
Right, okay. So we made it safely there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're walking through the clearing and, you know, wind blows as and moves the stray wild flowers that are here in this grassy field in this massive clearing. And the skies above you are growing dark. Not like night dark, but, you know, stormy dark. And there's just this feeling of unease amongst you. And you walk for a couple minutes, and, you know, it's a mile. You could easily make that walk in, like, you know, 10 or 12 minutes. And after a couple minutes, you see that there is a figure standing near the stone wall. It's not exactly a wall. Now you see it clearly. It's more like a 4-foot-high stone ring, kind of. And there's a massive blue flame emanating from just above the, like, inside the stone ring.
Is there ground on in the inside of the stone ring as well?
You cannot tell.
Can we make out who the figure is? I assume I know, but...
It looks like it's probably him.
Yeah.
How did it get here so fast?
This Brink energy.
So good.
He doesn't seem to have noticed you yet.
Dan is doing his best to hold his tongue from shouting something sly at the figure.
How far are we from him? Again?
100 feet at this point.
100.
Do I get the sense that if I used my brink, he would notice us right away?
Roll perception.
Or is maybe the power of the brink all around us strong enough to mask?
Yeah, good question.
20.
You think you might be okay at this range.
Okay. I'm going to use my brink. I'm going to whisper Liberation of Shadow, and my shadow is going to remain a shadow and slink along the ground and do the very first thing anyone ever saw it do, an attempt to grapple his shadow.
What does he have to do?
He has to make a wisdom saving throw against... my wisdom just went up this time. 15.
He succeeds.
Ooh.
So he feels something tug at his shadow, and he turns and looks down and sees it. And then begins looking around and pinpoints you. And he waves.
Hello there.
I just stand there with my arms crossed.
Hello there.
Hello there.
And he... Let's get this playlist in, shall we? He yells out, "Wow, you made it! That was quite fast, wasn't it?" I went just
Say the
about
same
as...
for you.
Well, I went just about as quick as I could, but I didn't imagine you. How did you even do that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, I would, but it really doesn't matter. You're just in time, you know.
What is this place?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what they were planning to use it for, but my father and Urelian and the rest of them, they sacrificed the offerings, which were all brink-sensitive young people, as you know, for years here to grow this brink reserve that you see before you, and it is massive. And he says, whatever their specific plan was, it's funny that my goals essentially align with their end goal, total control of this world. But they did all the work for me, didn't they? Which is great because I hated them, every last one of them. I mean, God. My father, what an annoyance, and his friends. None of them really his friends. They're all just sort of colleagues with an end goal that's shared. And Silisaria, what a creep. But the bottom line is that, well, it's time to end this horrible era of those pesky, ancient beings. And start fresh, I think you'd agree. It's time for me to take what's rightfully mine.
Can I be walking forward as this is going on?
Sure.
Okay.
What would the rest of you like to do?
I'm sticking close. I'm approaching as well.
Slowly
I,
approaching.
I want
Oh
to
ho
try.
ho, you're approaching me?
I want to. So he's standing right in front of it, right?
like to be-
His hands are up. And like he's doing something to it.
I'd like to be walking around, like getting a better look at the center
Sure, so it's like a
thing.
10-foot radius circle with this massive blue flame of energy flowing about inside, just levitating above. And as you're able to sort of peer over a little bit from your new vantage point, it's just a pit.
Can you reach it from the circle?
What do you mean?
Let's say you were on that stone circle. Could you touch the flame?
Probably not. He's like doing something where he's collecting brink energy on his hands and it's like resonating with the fire and pulling it towards him.
I'm staying outside.
Okay, I don't know what this is gonna do. How close have I gotten while he was doing that conversation?
You were just walking?
Yes. I was just kind of casually walking.
I would say you got within 10 feet of the perimeter.
Of
but-
the stone thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'd have another 10 feet and then you'd be at the stone.
Can I like do either use feline? I don't know. I just want to dash. Can I jump over that hole? I want to jump through it. I want to touch it.
Sure. Roll acrobatics.
Well, I assume I can jump. I'm a cat. Can I not?
Please don't nat one this.
No, I got a 12.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So you run, and he sees you running, and he, like, extends his palm and tries to shoot a blast of brink energy out at you, and you just narrowly misses you. And you run and leap off the thing, and as you hit it, your, like, brink energy comes to the front of you, the front, like, your face and the front of your body, and it interacts on, like, an interface, like a thin film, in between the flame and you for a moment. It's like, and then you burst off of it, and you fly back and land on your feet and sort of skid to a halt in the grass.
Okay. I didn't know if I would be able to absorb any of it or not, because it seems like he's trying to, so I was trying to, like, intercept that. Because I feel like if he's able to be absorbing it, then why wouldn't we?
Sure.
You know what I mean? So, like,
Yeah, Jader.
But it
Can
bounced me off
I
his head.
ask him a question? Say, does this? Well, it almost looks like a well. Does this serve a purpose?
Oh, this is where they put the people.
What would happen if it wasn't there anymore?
Well, it's already not really there. It's a hole in the ground.
Yes, but the actual, like, well apparatus, does that serve a purpose?
I don't think I have to answer this question.
Give it a shot,
There's one way
Jader.
to find out.
All right, well,
Suck him in the hole.
I got...
The lower hole.
Has he ever black holed a person?
You cannot black hole a person.
I can't. I just
Oh, you
was
can't.
No, I can't
It
do
doesn't
that.
affect living matter.
Okay.
However, I do want to see what happens if that well is just suddenly not there anymore.
Okay.
So,
Are you trying to include the flame in it? I assume it's living.
Well,
like-
the flame I would assume is like living, so I
yeah.
won't do anything to that. But I want to know what will happen if
I know
that's
we're like experimenting.
right. So I say black hole, and I focus like in the middle of like the well, like right where the flame's at.
As matter from the well begins to collapse inside, the brink starts to like vibrate wildly. And it starts shooting flames to and fro. And Troyo's like, stop it! Stop! No! Stop it! And he's like trying to focus, and he's like pushing all this brink energy into his hands, and he's trying to like form it, and then suddenly 2 arms come out of the brink flame and grab his 2 arms, and he's like, shit, and it yanks him inside. And this like brink energy from within him, you see him like convulsing inside of the flame, and his soul starts to come out of his face, and you see it spread, and its evil intentions start to dissipate and just like reach every corner of the flame, and it like poisons it. And the brink flame grows arms and legs and begins to stand, and this massive collection of brink energy starts to flow into his body, and he convulses, and his body lifts and hovers to center above the pit, and the blue flame starts to have eyes and mouth as his body is shaking, and it's clear he's no longer in control. Let's get a song.
Jader.
I looked at Jader and I whisper, I don't think you were supposed to do that.
Why did it only go in him? We're brink sensitive.
And
Made a huge mistake.
where Troyo's eyes were, there are now just simply blue flames, and the same with the inside of his mouth. It's just an open blue expanse inside of his mouth. It's just this endless deep blue flame, and he grins down at you. It looks unhuman. And he's engulfed in this flame, and, you know, the flame sort of monster thing, it's not even really a flame, it's just like the brink energy, grows a creepy grin, just these deep black eyes pointed at the corners with no pupils, and a deep black smile with no teeth, and it laughs and it looks down at you and just smiles. Everybody roll initiative for Le Boss Finalement. And hang on 1 second, please.
Farrell, did you give me my sword back?
I'm sure I would have.
Make sure. If it was Daneth, he'd probably still have it.
Yeah.
If Daneth
Hey,
got
I
a kill
gave
on
it
a
back.
god
I
with...
gave it back. In
Yeah,
stylish
but if you
fashion.
killed a god with a sword, I feel like you'd have trouble giving that back.
Okay. Elion,
20.
Hadak,
17.
Farrell,
19.
Daneth,
11.
Jader,
21.
Valencia.
Also 19.
Okay. Varel or Valencia, who wants to go first when it's your turn?
You can go first.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I have the turn order. Gamers in the chat, this is it. This is the collective moment. We're here. It's time. Can we get some emoticons in the chat
just
room, please?
Wondering, like, why can't we collect any of that brink energy? Like, I'm wondering if crew, if there's a way to, like, steal it.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Jader, we start with you.
Well, I feel kind of bad because I feel like it's all kind of happened because of my inquisitive mind. Well, let's just see what happens if I swing my sword at it.
Yeah, so it's basically like its main body is like now hovering over the center, but it has sort of lurched forward. So now it's sort of, it has these long 2 arms and legs, and the arms are almost planted on the ground. They're like an ape. And it's just this central body, no head, with these eyes and mouth. Yeah, thanks for the 5 gift subs. And this creepy grin, right? And we'll say that it's 10 feet away from the main group, which would be like Danith, Varel, Hadak, Elion. Jader, you're a little bit flanked around the side, I think. And Alencia's maybe 5 feet back from the main group because she got like blown away.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I guess
go ahead, Jader.
I'll try and hit one of the legs just to see what happens.
Sure. You could hit the arm on the outside because the arms are like planted
whatever limb I'm closest
Sure,
to.
yeah.
Does a 24 hit?
Sure does.
$20 damage.
Okay.
And I will use my extra attack to try and hit again.
Okay.
Does a 21 hit.
Sure does.
For 19 damage.
Great turn.
Very good.
You swing at this thing twice, and you do feel like you're making physical connection with the brink because you have brink energy. And you're definitely doing something to it. Damage is being dealt. You're not sure that it's really affecting it or not, but you're doing damage.
Okay. Can I kind of like relay that to everybody?
Sure.
In a split second?
Sure, yeah. Also, for what it's worth, because Vero will be asking, the skies are sort of dark, but the thing itself casts an innate light. And yes, I would say you are perhaps in dim light. The element, it sheds bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light an additional 30 feet.
Oh, interesting. So I can't teleport away from it. Cool.
And up next, Jader, if that's your turn,
That's it.
is Elion.
All right. I'm going to maintain about a 30-foot distance. Whether that means I need to move back or not, I'm not sure.
You do. 20 feet.
Okay. So let's do that. And then I'm going to do my usual setups. I kind of take a deep breath and I go, might as well fight fire with fire, I guess. It's time for a little foul play. And prick my finger and make that magic happen. Bird is there. Bird is vibing. And I'm kind of curious. I think the bird is going to go do a little reconnaissance. They're going to go and fly towards this fire thing and see if they can land on it somewhere. See what happens.
At trying to collide with it, there's like this weird thin film interaction again where like the bird is like physically repelled. But it could come back to you this turn.
Okay. Instead, it's going to go over to Varel, if it can reach.
It can.
And it will land on Varel's shoulder for the turn.
Okay.
And then I will use my bonus action to ready myself for Mantle of Inspiration. As always, everybody's got 8 temporary hit points and can move their full movement speed as a reaction right now.
Would anybody like to take that?
How far am I from the creature?
15 feet.
15. I'm gonna. Is it next, or do I get to go first?
I am not going to share that information.
I will get 5 feet closer.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
did
stay
I
where I'm
did I
at.
ever take my turn? Tied with Alencia?
I got a 20, so you guys are next.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Anything else?
That's my turn.
Okay. Up next is Alencia.
I'm moving back to 50 feet away from the
Okay.
monster.
Sure.
Okay,
Alencia,
I'm
it's
next.
your turn.
Okay. All right. I would I'm gonna run up to it and try to touch the flame and see if I can first before I do anything.
It is no different than last time.
Oh, so it's the same as touching the actual thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't. Okay. There's gotta be a way.
Trying to break the system.
If I cut myself, I'm gonna activate my brink in front of it.
Okay.
Does that change anything?
No.
Since I'm next to it. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna activate my brink, and then I'm gonna.
It's worth a shot. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, and then I'll use my feline agility to go another 50 feet back away from it. Then.
Okay. Sweet.
And then I'll hunter's mark it
Okay.
because I can.
Excellent. Varel, it is your turn.
Okay. I am 50 feet away. My shadow is still hanging out, like nearby, I guess, where I tried to grapple his shadow.
Yeah.
So my shadow's gonna go first, and my shadow's going to pull itself up out of the ground. And assume its full-bodied form. And it's going to take a swing with its shadowy quarterstaff. That is a 26 to hit.
Hit.
It's going to use its multi-attack. And 21 on that one.
Wow, okay.
And it is 8 and 5 is 13 plus 10 is 23 damage from the shadow. After
Wait, I
which...
thought you said it was 21 damage.
What? No. 21 was my multi-attack roll, my second attack. Sorry.
So how much damage are you doing?
Yeah, I just said 23.
Total.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. That 21 was an attack roll. And the shadow will now use 1 key point to disengage. I don't think I've ever used disengage before, but someone here knows. Mr. Burb, can you explain disengage to me real quick?
Basically, movement away from target without incurring attack of opportunity.
Okay, cool. So yeah, my shadow will move 25 feet back using the disengage action.
Okay.
Using 1 key point to do so. And then Varel himself will run in and approach all 50 feet to the target. Also take a multi-attack with his quarterstaff. That's a 23 to hit.
Hit.
And a 10.
That does not hit.
So the first one does 11 damage.
Okay.
Varel has used all of his movement speed, so he is stuck there. He's gonna use. I guess I'm just hitting a limb. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, you're probably hitting like its foot or its arm.
Okay. Varel will spend 1 key point to enter defensive stance.
Okay. Excellent. Up next is Hadak.
For one last time, we cast the Bless on the 3rd spell level. We target my 5 fellow fighters, buffing them up with the 1d4, etc., etc. As a bonus action, I would like to fortify my own defenses by casting Shield of Faith. At the 1st spell level, my AC has a +2 bonus additionally.
Very good.
And I'm yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Excellent. And now it will go, and it sort of laughs and chuckles and moves as the Troyo within it is like fully possessed, just in the center of the thing, and you can see him. And what's it gonna do? It has so many attacks. Gosh, I don't know. Let's do this to start. It's gonna try to slam Varel.
Rude.
Varel, does a 15 hit you?
No, it does not.
Okay. It now opens.
It also because I'm in defensive stance, it has disadvantage against me, so you should roll once again in case you get a crit fail.
I did get a crit fail.
Oh
No
shit!
Fucking go.
Let's go.
I'm glad I mentioned it. I was not gonna mention it. Like, missed anyway.
Literally
Wow.
1. It swipes at you and just sort of tumbles forward, getting used to its new body, and it sort of lands down on one of its arms, and it can't really use that arm right now. So now it is going to attempt to snag Jader. Jader, please make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
You sure to add the bless?
Yes, add the
Nat
bless.
1. Nat 1.
Okay, you are grabbed. This thing has snatched you up into its hands, and it holds you aloft.
Help, I'm snatched.
Jader, toss your blade.
Shut up, Dana. I can't really toss anything.
It now opens its mouth, and a fireball comes like... I keep using fire. It's the closest analogy, but it's not fire. It's like pure brink energy. It starts like doing a sine wave towards you guys, and it bursts right behind where like Hadak and Daneth. It's a 20-foot radius, so it can hit Hadak and Daneth. Elion, how far back did you go?
Enough to be 30 feet away. So, I think that's.
So it can do 20 feet behind Hadak and Daneth and hit you.
Yep.
And El, how far are you behind that?
I thought I was 50 feet away from it.
Yeah, so you're behind Elion, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna hit Elion and Hadak and Daneth here.
I don't have a lot of health, so I stay away for the most part.
Oh, cool. There's nothing you can do. You just take damage.
Okay, yeah.
Unless
Cool.
you're Varel, and there might be something you could do.
Yeah, bless your barrel.
I don't like when he crunches numbers.
You all take 27 damage.
See?
And I'm just chilling in his.
Yeah, you're just
arms,
chilling. It's really comfy.
In the arms.
In the arms of a brink monster. This just
Peter didn't get hurt. It
blue
was the other
blast, and
the
it just it feels horrible entering all of your bodies. And the three of you take however much it was that I just said.
27. 22.
Too much.
22, I think.
No, it was higher than that.
I think it was
I thought it was
22.
14.
I heard 7.
Okay, how much
Yeah.
was it?
Pat, help!
3?
It was
was
27.
About
I'll
2.
be honest.
It was 27.
It was
Okay, 27 is how much you take.
2, 7.
Whew. Okay, and that is its turn. It is now Daneth's turn.
Okay. Well, I don't want to waste any time here. This is the final battle. I need everything I got. So, for my bonus action first, Hunter's Mark, the Beast, and then for the final time, I utter the words. Actually, I would assume I'm bleeding from that hit. So, Indomitable Trust.
Deafen.
Yeah.
Alright, gamers, you know the roll. Hadak, what is it?
10.
10. Elion.
10.
Varel.
Right back up to 10 after the last battle.
Jader.
5. He wanted my sword back. Lost some trust there.
Alencia.
9.
Daneth, your movement speed increases by 44 feet. And your strength modifier increases by 2. And you get a 1d6 bonus on all attack damage rolls.
Okay. I just want to thank the team because that put me up to 69 movement speed.
Oh,
Perfect.
nice.
Calculated.
Excellent. What else, Daneth? Is that it?
That's all I could do. Yeah.
Sweet. That means we're back up to Jader. Jader, on your turn. You must make a strength saving throw with bless.
That is 24.
Okay, you have a burst of energy and you break free of the hand and you fall down to the ground, superhero stance, and you are more than willing to attack.
Let's go. Well,
Or more than allowed. I don't know if you're
More than
willing. That's up
welcome?
to you. More than welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Danny.
if I want to... Okay, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to swing my sweet sword again.
Okay.
Is this monster beheadable?
No. I think pretty clearly no.
Give me that coin. I want some of that action. Does a 20...
Yes.
For 23 damage on that one.
Nice.
Nice.
Gonna multi-attack. No, I'm sorry, extra attack.
There
Nice.
you go.
Does a 18 hit.
Yes.
Ooh, that one wasn't as nice. For 7 there.
Okay.
And then I am, because I just want to keep swinging.
You can use Action Surge,
I'm gonna use Action Surge.
which I believe
I'm
means
gonna-
you get to attack 2 more times.
Right, I'm gonna swing 2 more times.
That's dope.
Does a 20-something hit.
Yes.
Okay, for...
Do remember that if you do get a crit on a 19 or if you get a crit on a 19, you double the dice. But if you get a crit on a 20, even if it's not beheadable, there are benefits. The Vorpal
Right,
Blade
I
still
get-
has stuff.
6d8 or d10 depending on how I'm holding the sword.
Yes.
For... Ooh, that was nice. 24 damage on that swing.
Nice.
And then...
Damn.
The last one was a nat 1 on the last swing.
Okay. Well, I won't penalize you
dropped
too
the
much.
sword.
I won't penalize you too much. You had a rough day. But that was 23 plus 7 is 30 plus 24 is a 54 damage turn. And
Wow.
you do feel like you are doing damage to it. Like now that you've done you're doing something.
Yay!
Hooray for doing something.
Hooray for doing something. And it is Elion's turn.
All right. The bird, wherever it is, it's on
Varel.
Varel right now. It's coming back. It's gonna land on my shoulder.
Oh, very technically, I think Varel couldn't use his brink last turn, but whatever.
Oh, well, I didn't. My shadow was already out.
Yeah, it would have disappeared.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's not malevolent, like Dangerous isn't trying to do that, so I think it's fine. Like, I think it's an intentional thing.
So he can dispel Brinks if he wants to. That's cool. I didn't know that.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Huh.
Yep. That's another thing about the bird is that if it lands on you, you can't use yours.
So long as the bird is there.
Yes. But it's got your information. It's coming back. It's going to land on me. And I've
Okay.
been wanting to play with Liberation of Shadow for a while. So
Ooh, all right. It's the last chance.
this is my last chance. Might as well use it, right? So,
Not
I'm
unless
gonna
I have
do
another
that.
final boss up my sleeve.
But wait,
Secret final
there's
boss,
more.
Dad.
Oh wait, we have 40 minutes.
Yeah, you guys were scheduled for another like 3 hours, right?
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, we have like, whatever. I can go to whatever.
Yeah. So I'm going
Technically,
to-
I think we have an hour and a half. Technically.
True.
Started at 6.
Who is Troyo's dad?
Yeah, more like yeah.
Who's Troy's dad? Imprelius.
No, Dad's dad.
Oh. His grandfather?
Yeah.
Secret dad.
Secret dad.
grandfather.
We'll take a break here in a moment, by the way.
Okay.
So, Elion, what's the play here? You're using Liberation of Shadow?
That is a bonus action or an action, Farrell? Can it be either?
Initiating it is a bonus action.
Perfect. I love the sound of that. So I'm going to use the bonus action first. Liberation of Shadow. And the shadow is going to...
The shadow appears and I assume gets up.
Yeah, and then we
that
can get
looks exactly like you.
I give it a wave.
Varel turns around. He's like, "Whoa!"
It's like, yo, thanks for that, by the way.
Wow.
Now I'm going to tap the shadow on the shoulder, and I'm going to cast Greater Invisibility on it. It's a 4th level spell that turns it invisible as long as I keep concentration for a minute. So that's that. And then the shadow, which I assume gets a turn now, right?
Yes.
Is going to, how far away am I? 30 feet, right?
30 feet.
It's going to
Wait.
step
40 feet.
40 feet. Okay. Well, then it'll close the gap by 20. So it's 20 feet away now.
Okay.
Kind of like with the rest of the group, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much.
Though you can't see it. And then it's going to cast Dissonant Whispers. And I'm going to cast that at the 3rd level. So.
And it has its own spell slots. Right? Isn't that what we
Yes.
decided?
So the way it works is that it has exactly all of your stats, except it has half of your HP.
Right. But it has its own spell slots.
Yes, entirely separate. That's all of your stuff, everything. When it gets up out of the ground, it does.
Dangerous. I love that. Okay, great. So yeah, it is just going to cast Dissonant Whispers, and actually it's going to do it at the 4th level now that I know that. So that needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
15.
Fail. So the shadow whispers a discordant melody only the creature can hear. On a failed save, it takes 3d6, but also plus 3 more, so 6d6 psychic damage, and must immediately use its reaction if available to run in the opposite direction its entire movement speed.
It is kind of prone right now.
Then maybe it's not allowed to react? Or maybe it has to get up and try?
6d6, by the way, is 16, is what I got.
Okay.
Is this a fear thing?
Yeah, it's like a...
So it's invisible. I don't think you can run from something if it's invisible.
That's a good point.
But also it can't run right now. So I think
Correct.
it's just going to stay put.
It's just going to stay put and take the damage.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Then that'll be my turn.
Sweet. Elencia.
Dangers, I'm gonna send you one thing that the shadow can do, in case you want to use it.
I'm gonna roll to hit stuff, by the way,
Okay.
because that's me.
That's me.
So I'm gonna try to shoot it because I have my brink activated.
Sure.
I got 13.
That hits.
13 hits? Holy.
Correct.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Okay.
It's
Great.
large. That does make
Glad I
sense.
tried that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so-
Thank you, Fant.
Hunter's Mark and some other stuff. I'll just do all my regular things.
Why not?
Boop. 18, so 27.
27,
my
you
brain.
cash 9.
Correct.
Very nice.
And then I'll just do it again.
Okay.
Multi-attack.
Because
Multi.
do my multi attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's the best thing to do. Alright, then I definitely hit because I got a minimum of 13.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. And then that's 13 without brink, so then that would be
20.
19.
20. Because round up.
Oh, 20. Okay, 20, and I bank 7.
Yes.
Okay.
Very nice. L fires 2 arrows in, and they sort of enter it and then slow as they enter the thing and transition into the new medium. But then Brink energy, comes out and flows towards you, El, and enters you.
Sweet.
And you gain the health reservoir.
Great.
Anything else?
Did it end up moving back, or is it still there?
It's still there.
I'm gonna move back another. I'm gonna get 60 feet away.
Okay, you can do so.
Yeah, kind of out of the way.
Like 60 total feet away from it.
I think it's only additional 10 or 20 feet
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
from where I was. Yeah.
Sweet. Varel, it is your turn.
Okay. So I have I forget who did what. Did the shadow disengage or did I disengage? The shadow did.
Shadow did.
Yeah. Okay. So the shadow is 25 feet away. It's going to take 25 of its movement speed to run up and take a multi-attack against one of the limbs. Oop, that fell off the table. That is an 11 on the first hit,
Miss.
And a 16 on the second.
Did you add bless on the first one?
I did not. I should do that.
Wait. Did Haddock bless the shadow?
No.
Not the shadow.
Okay, then no, never mind. The first one does not hit, second one hits.
Second one hits. Okay. It is 6 damage.
Okay.
And I think the shadow is going to use its bonus action to disengage 25 feet back again.
Okay.
So then Veryl's going to take his turn. He drops his arms from the defensive stance and gets ready to take a swing with his quarterstaff. That's an 18 on the first and a 25 on the second.
Hit.
And he does a total of 18 damage with the quarterstaff. At which point he will take a cue from his shadow and also disengage.
Sweet.
25 feet back.
Haddock.
All right. Haddock into overdrive once again. Let's use movement speed first to kind of like center himself like in the middle of everyone, just so I can do the, Zarek thing. First off, though, let me cast Guiding Bolt at a second spell level. And I'll roll to hit that. 21. Sure.
Hit.
Yeah, that's a dumb. So that would be a 5d6.
You want me to do that, or do you want to?
I'll do it.
Sweet.
For 19.
Sweet. And
for a bonus action, I'm going to cast Mass Healing Word on my party. It targets up to 6. I'm going to exclude the shadow. But
Which one? Both of them, I guess?
Both of the shadows, yeah. And since I'm doing mass healing, I'll roll for the heal. It is a 2d4.
Are you including
plus-
yourself in this?
I am including myself in this.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So 2d4. It's 8. So everyone heal. So that's 11 plus a feature that I have, Disciple of Life. Whenever I use a spell to heal someone, the creature gains an additional HP equal to 2 plus the spell's level. So an additional 6 on top of that. So 17 in all. So everyone
Nice.
heals 17.
Cool.
Haddock
Already
literally
above
just...
max, I don't heal, right?
What was that, Alencia?
I said I'm above max. I don't heal anything.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
just
Haddock
chilling.
just stands in the middle of you, and just this big guy just unleashes happiness onto all of you.
Aw.
And you feel so good. Somebody in chat asks, the next attack on the monster has advantage because of Guiding Bolt, right? I don't know. Is that a thing?
Yes. So on a roll, the roll made against the target before the end of your next turn has advantage.
Any attack roll or just the next?
The next attack roll.
Okay.
But that will be my turn.
Okay, it is its turn. It sees this. It gets up. It attempts to snatch Haddock. Haddock, please make a dexterity saving throw, and I believe you do not have bless.
I do not have bless, indeed. And this is the 3.
Okay, it grabs you and holds you aloft. And it is going to attempt to crush you. Oh no, it just crushes you.
Oh, just... Okay.
Oh. Great.
Wait, does it have to wait a turn for that? Hang on, because it didn't do it to Jada right away.
It didn't crush me. I wasn't gonna say anything.
Okay, it has to wait a turn. Okay, it holds you. Kindly.
It's not so bad up there, Haddock. You'll be all right.
It is then going to, as a bonus action, it starts to convulse and a third arm comes out from the center of it. And it attempts to grasp... Where is everybody? Veryl and the Shadow are 25 feet back.
Yep.
Elle is in the middle of nowhere.
Great.
I'm at starting
Like,
position.
Daneth is at starting position. Where is Elion?
30 feet away, so back from that.
Okay, and Hadak, you're in the middle here. Well, you're in his hand.
Yep.
It is going to move forward and grab Veryl's shadow. Veryl's shadow must make a dexterity saving throw.
Okie dokie. The shadow does not have bless, right?
Correct.
Okay. $17.
That is a pass.
Okay.
It swipes at the shadow and narrowly misses. And then just is gonna slam you, Veryl.
Okay.
27 hits.
Sure does.
Uh, 25 damage.
Okay.
It just slams down upon you, and with its extra arm, it's going to take another attack and attempt to slam down on Daneth.
So it moved up. How close is it to me?
It just has to be within 10 feet of you.
Okay.
Daneth, a
Can't possibly be within 5.
25 definitely hits you.
It sure does.
Mm-hmm.
25.
Okay.
So it just picks up, misses the shadow, dum dum, slams on Daneth and Veryl. And that's its turn. And now it is Daneth's turn.
All right. Well, what do you consider this enemy to be of the more giant size?
I would.
Okay, I'm gonna move within 5 feet and whip out Kyoko the javelin, but not to throw it. No, that could wait another time. I'm going to.
How many times? Wait, hang
twice.
on. You can only do it a certain amount of times per long rest anyway, but keep going.
Oh, I was assuming we had a long rest. It's only one time per long rest. But if we
Is it
haven't
one
had a
time per
rest,
long
then-
rest?
Then I can't throw it. I wasn't gonna throw it this turn.
The javelin's property cannot be used again until next dawn.
Yeah, so I don't think it's dawn yet. So.
No.
Okay, but I wasn't gonna throw it anyway.
Okay.
So it still acts as a regular javelin, which is what I want to do because it's strength based, and my brink just gave me a lot of strength. So I'm going to roll to hit
You can also roll with advantage.
with advantage. Okay, so
Good call.
well, there's a crit has to be 20 unless it's the Vorpal blade, right? Because I just rolled a 19.
Unless,
adding it.
well, it's not the Vorpal blade that makes 19 a crit. Jader is a fighter. And
Okay.
fighters at a certain level get 19 as crit.
So do both of these rolls do advantage, or just attack one?
Just the first
Just the
one.
first one.
Okay, well, it's a 27 and a 26.
They both hit.
So, and then the base damage is 6. 1d6, and I have the hunter mark on top of that. And then my brink on top of that. Plus the points for a grand total of 43 damage.
Bam!
Wow.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
All right, it definitely seems to be like a lot has been piling on at this point. And it seems to be sort of shifting weirdly, and that arm coming out was like sort of a desperatory thing. I don't know if that's a word. It was an act of desperation.
Sounds good.
Disparative? We'll come back to this.
All right, and that's going to... Actually, I could use my... Actually, I can't use my bonus action to heal, can I? Or can I?
Only if it is a bonus action.
I don't think Cure Wounds is a bonus action.
No.
Yeah, so no.
Okie dokie. It is Jader's turn. We back.
Be back, baby.
So wait, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Hadak is being held right now.
Correct.
If I would excavate, would that possibly free Hadak?
Probably not.
Pretty tight grip.
If it would... I have... Let's keep swinging the sword. Let's keep
Okay.
swinging. Does a... so close. That hits. 20... something. 26.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So close. For 14 damage. No, I'm sorry. 18 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my extra attack and swing on again.
Sure.
That one does not hit.
Are you sure?
It was a 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure. Well, hang on. 2 plus bless plus your strength plus proficiency, that might hit.
Okay. Okay, yeah, might hit. Plus. 12.
Oh, just shy. No, it does not hit.
Okay.
Shoot.
Okay, looks like 13's a magic number.
What? No way. No way.
What? Oh.
Is that your turn, Jader? Elion, let's hear it.
All right. I've been like trying to piece together what I want to do here because there's a lot of options now. So I want to try and free Haddock too, and I'm gonna just do this whether it works or not. I'm gonna try. So I shout to Haddock, "Do you trust me?"
If he's like so high up in here, he's like, what?
Dude, never mind. I'm just gonna do it. I point at Haddock and I cast Enlarge, and what this does is the target size doubles in all dimensions. Its weight is multiplied by 8. This growth increases its size by 1 category, medium to large, for example. And everything that you're holding grows with you. And you get 1d4 extra damage because of that.
For how long?
Everything grows.
For 1 minute.
That's sick.
Oh, Jader.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo.
So there's that. Does that do anything to the grappling?
Haddock, you are free. You fall. It does not anticipate this. Its hand, as you fall, and you're massive. You're huge, Haddock. You're huge.
And he's pissed.
He's pissed.
He's always pissed.
All right, Elion.
We
what
have
else?
a Haddock.
I've been waiting.
Okay, that's only the start. So then I turn to my team and I ask, who's hurting? Is anybody feeling bad right now?
I got slammed pretty hard not too long ago. I think, Beryl, how are you feeling?
Dan, was that a pretty solid slam?
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I use Bardic Inspiration on my own shadow. So I give the Bardic Inspiration dice to the shadow.
Oh, this is so smart.
And then the shadow is going to rush over to Daneth, who is right up next to the creature, and use its bonus action to cast Healing Word. It's going to do it at the third skill.
Which it gets
spell
Bardic
slot.
Inspiration for.
Yes, it does. It sure does.
Oh,
so I
that's
get to
so
roll.
smart. This is a prison of my own making.
3d4. That's right.
How could I have known it would be so interconnected? I need another drink.
3d4.
I can hear you.
You know, I think Danger's got a little bit of Danny in him as well when he rolls a drink.
We could all
soon
learn from
As
Danny.
soon as the shadow came out of the ground, Danger
It's
was
like,
like,
keep the
oh
master
yeah.
I can't wait.
You gotta taste of the power.
I literally couldn't wait, dude. Oh man. All right, Healing Word.
My character's like so to herself. The best she does is shoot other people to help him.
Link, come on. Come here. Link, you want to come up? You want to come up? You want to come up? Come up
Okay, Daneth, you get healed for 20.
All
Link,
right, I'm
Link,
almost
come on,
back up to
come
full
on.
HP.
Oh, obligatory
Come on.
doggo in the
No,
chair.
you can do it. You can do it. No,
Boy.
don't go on the ground.
Oh, boy.
Oh, sugar boy. Link, look up here. Hey, buddy. Hey. You want to...
Oh.
Link, no. Oh, okay, come on. You don't want to be up there. I get it. Oh, come here. Hey, I love you. I'm sorry.
It's like, but you just said.
I'm sure. Okay, you want to come up here, though? You want to come up here? Yeah, that works. That's cool.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and there they go.
And there he goes.
Like,
Okay, bye-bye. I know you don't like me anymore.
Hi, Link.
I cannot communicate how displeased he was with that whole interaction. He did not like that. But well, he was there for a second. So how much was it, Elion?
20 healing for Daneth.
Cool.
And then with its regular action, because that was a bonus action, it's going to stab with the rapier at this thing. does a
Wait, Janice,
Ooh,
you're right next to it?
Right next to it.
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Sorry.
12.
Hit me,
Okay, it's
monster.
already 15 without the bless.
Yeah.
That's a hit. Right?
13's the armor class, just to expedite this
That's it.
process.
That's right.
If you get a 13 or higher, you hit it.
Okay, so that does 12 damage. And then it's going to use the rest of its movement speed to step kind of like around to the back of the creature.
Okay, and it does not incur attack of opportunity because it can't be seen.
It's invisible, yeah. And that is it.
Okie dokie. Alencia, it's your turn. Fire some arrows.
I'm gonna fire some arrows!
I'm gonna fire some arrows.
Wow! So surprising. Okay.
See, but this is the kind of thing, right, that, like... Never mind. I'll say later. Keep going.
Okay, well, I got a 13 without bless, so yay.
Pog.
Woo! Let's go.
Okay. Just do a lot of damage. This is what I'm good at.
Lot of
I go far
damage.
away.
You're
I
literally
defend.
DPS. Like this, you are the DPS of the team, pretty much.
Sometimes you never know when somebody's head's getting cut off or something.
That's true.
Let's see. 9, 11, 16. So then with my thing, that would be 24.
Yes.
And I bank 8. Wow, that's a lot. And then I'm gonna shoot it again. Whoa! Let me know if anybody else needs healing, because I have a lot stored up. All right, 19, that's gonna hit. Do a roll. That's a lot more.
I'm in the darkness.
21.
Okay, I'm gonna
So
stop.
that would be 32. And I would bank.
Jesus.
Why did 21? I would bank 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, prison of my own making. How much? 32?
Yeah. And I have 45 banked health. If anybody.
Who
needs
wants all
it.
their HP back?
I can also split it, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Excellent. And also keep track of how many turns everything is active, everybody.
Yes. I'm doing that too. Oh, bless needs to go down. Okay.
Well, Hadak can take care of Bless.
Yeah.
Varel, it's your turn.
Okay, this thing has 3 arms, right?
Alencia's arrows. Pew pew. 3 arms, that's correct.
Are any of them meleeable from the ground at this moment?
I don't believe so, no. Unless you have
Dang.
reach. Well, yeah, if you had reach, yeah.
Okay. Now, I would never presume to think that you would allow me to stun an entire final boss.
Probably
However, would you allow me to stun one of its hands?
No.
Ah!
Good idea.
Look,
trying my
here's-
best.
I'm loving all these fun ideas. You know, Jader tried to do the thing. Alencia tried to do the thing. I'm loving it, guys. It's really great. Yeah, but all the cool stuff you got to do happened before, so.
Wow, that's like he's basically saying like gold star everyone, like A for effort. Also no.
Well, the cool shit happened before.
True. I can't top Urelian's beheading, no matter what I do. So
You'll remember that forever.
That was very cool.
I think I'm gonna go try to attack him with my quarterstaff. I'm gonna run in. He does have legs that are meleeable, however.
Yes.
Okay,
Malleable legs.
that's right. Chop off his feet.
Oh, that's some Lucius stuff right there.
Yeah. That's a 21 to hit the first time.
Yep.
And then that is a...
Just roll the shadows dice now as well.
Oh, true. Yeah, we're both going to take the same turn.
Yeah.
He's like, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Not...
We're at
the shadow
episode
misses
13. I know how
one.
this works.
Okay, so we get 3 hits in
Okay.
out of all 4. And that is 7 plus 3 is 10 plus 6 is 16 plus 5 for each is 31.
Okay.
Across the 2 of us, and both of us are going to stay put, but enter patient defense.
Okay. Is that your turn?
That's it.
All right, Hadak, it's all you.
Hadak is
Yes.
like kaiju size. Just
Yes.
Alright, yeah, let's do that. Thank you, Elion. for releasing my restraints. I was just too small.
That was the problem the whole time.
But
Now he can be truly pissed.
Doc is going to... Punching would be
Yes, the
so
doc is
good.
Hulk now.
He is going to attempt to put his hands on one of the other hands and
What?
cast
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, okay.
Like any one of the three hands. I don't think anyone's currently grappled, right?
No.
Okay, yeah. So one of the three hands, and he is going to cast Inflict Wounds at the 3rd spell level. And I will roll for that. And that hits. That's a 19. And Inflict Wounds will be a 5d10.
Woo!
Or 27 damage.
Slightly above average.
As a bonus action, he's going to conjure the spiritual weapon in the guise of his original equipment, the good old serrated edges of his bloody mace. So we're gonna swing at that. That one actually misses.
Oh.
But it's out there.
It's out there. Oh, you also got plus D4 on all attacks because you're big, no?
Yes.
Was that on attack rolls or damage rolls, Dangers?
Damage rolls, I think, right?
For which ones?
For enlarge, the damage buff.
Yeah, it's for damage.
Attack on an additional 1 to it.
There you
Yeah.
So
but would that work
28
on
in total.
an, would that would oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, sick. Is that your turn?
Yep, that is.
Okay, it's its turn again. Yay! The hand. Well, how do I, I just want to have fun. Girls just want to have fun. You see it? Yeah, okay, here's what we're gonna do. So you sense that you guys have done an immense amount of damage. Like, several hundred by this point, in terms of out-of-game numbers. And it starts to, like, billow and pulsate, and you see it almost ripping him apart, but he manages to stay together, the, like, human form that is kind of giving it some of its power. And it starts to grow, and it grows, like, a little bit larger, and the color of blue deepens to a dark purple. And the sky begins to pulsate, and these dark clouds roll in, and it is now properly dark, even though it's like midday. And suddenly, you feel like the world that you are on moving, and what you can see of the sun, you see this, like, the brink energy from this monster is rapidly changing even time and space itself. And the sun sets quickly, and the moon rises and sets quickly, and the sun rises quickly, and it's the next day. And the monster then twitches and urges, and this sort of whole thing stops. Yes, I had to come up with some kind of fucking vehicle to make it the next day because I said 2 days before the solstice for some reason, and then we were locked into that. So there's this
Is
now.
this a new dawn for Kyoko the Javelin?
It sure is. It sure is. You get that. And it begins to rain, and lightning begins to strike around you, and you can hear, like, waves crashing mightily against the God's Wall, even, like, a mile and a half away. The sea is enraged. The sky is enraged. Like, nature is on kilter. And phase 2, basically, is what I'm saying. So it is going to attempt to snatch... Oh, there's so many choices, because there's so many of you. When this was last campaign, it was just kill Grum was basically the goal. But that's not true, but it almost happened. It is going to attempt to snatch the... Let's go with Jader. Jader keeps swinging. So it's going to attempt to snatch Jader. Jader, please make a dexterity saving throw with Bless.
Roll a 19 plus. 25.
You succeed. It snatches at you and misses. It's now just gonna fireball all over the place. It first shoots a fireball down at Varel and its shadow. You're in patient defense. What does that mean?
Disadvantage.
Okay, well, it hits anyway.
Oh, all right.
Oh boy. The number
I don't-
crunching.
Oh,
It's a big number.
You and the
No,
shadow.
no save or anything.
You and the shadow. No. You and the shadow both take 25.
Okay.
It's just gonna do that again. Except it's gonna target.
Hit me! Daneth is screaming.
It's gonna target Elion this time. Actually, no.
Coward!
It's gonna target Varel and his shadow again.
Oh boy.
oh,
All right.
Wow.
I see what's going on here.
You ready to get shot with an arrow?
You take 25 again, both of you. That's funny.
Okay. The shadow dissipates.
Okay. So you took 50 damage, essentially.
Yes.
And it is then gonna... it's not done. It's gonna snatch Daneth. Daneth, please make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
You got the
I already
blessings.
tried to snatch Jader.
Sure did.
Yeah.
3 arms.
Okay.
It's second phase.
Yeah.
There are no rules anymore. There's no rules.
Oh,
I got
really?
a 23.
I think that's a success. Yes, that is a success. You're good.
Does that count as an attack against me?
Yes.
Okay. An attack, either hit or miss, allows me to get a free attack in. I
Okay.
think that includes multi-attack, which is what we just,
Yes.
or we did a while back. So, I have Kyoko the Javelin here, and let's do my attacks. Both hits, and here comes the damage. That is 42 damage in counter attack.
Nice.
Get him, Daneth.
I just dodge the hand, just go
Holy
try and
crap.
slice the hand off.
Well, I don't know about that, but
I'm
you
trying
certainly
to,
you
but-
certainly stab it. Up next is actually it should probably move, right? It hasn't moved. Nah, it's not gonna move.
I was gonna say, do I get an
Daneth.
opportunity attack of opportunity here?
Daneth, it's your turn.
All right. Well, I am going to stay put because I've got him right where I want him, in melee range, 5 yards away or 5 feet away. But you know, it's the dawn of a new day, so I am going to first attempt to just do a regular hit. Okay. So the first one is it's a hit, and then the next one is a nat 20 crits, but that's going to be coupled with a chuck of the javelin. So that's my second attack. So the first one will be that is 23 damage from the first attack. And then the next one, so how does it work when I'm chucking it? Because I crit the chucking attack. How do I handle this?
I think double the damage dice on everything. Fuck it.
On
Double-
everything.
Double the dice on the lightning and the throw.
Okay, all right.
Assuming
so
that you're flaming on.
flame on. Okay, let's go. So, we're gonna double that.
How much damage did you do on the first thing, by the way?
23 damage.
Thank you. Sorry,
Okay,
I'm doing
and then
a
I need
thing.
to count. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. God, that is a grand total of 72 damage on the flame on throw.
So did you just do 95 damage in one turn?
I just did 95 damage in one turn.
I think is that a PB?
That
Is
is
that a
absolutely a PB.
That's gotta be.
Is that
That's
a
an
PB for
S&D
this?
record.
No, not for.
How much damage?
Wait, is that a PB for? I don't think that's a PB for one turn. I think campaign 1 we had some pretty gnarly numbers.
I don't remember anything close to 100 though.
You
but-
had a 90. How many?
But it was
95
90.
damage.
It was 95 over the course of a whole turn, multiple attacks. What was
True.
what was the highest number you did in one attack?
72.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's a
Holy-
lot of damage.
I got up to 60 or something like that with what I was doing too. So
What was the
Yeah,
number
I'm
again?
not even-
Sorry, this one has to be done on Google.
What was what?
72.
Yeah.
It didn't like that. The lightning streaks through it and strikes Troyo within, and the whole thing convulses and deals with a lot of not greatness because of that. And that's a lot of damage. That might be a single attack PB and definitely a full turn PB from a player for sure.
Mhm.
Yes.
Good stuff.
I
Congratulations.
just look at Daneth with such awe. I don't know why I'm looking up. I look at Daneth with such awe. He's so
Amazing.
cool.
Yeah, the
So-
strength upgrade definitely added a lot to that attack.
Oh, that's true.
You can thank me for your 10 there.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Well, stellar work. I'm a little bit flabbergasted. And is that your turn?
That, yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, Jader, it's your
I'm just
turn.
kind of like, come on, fight me.
Well,
Try
I
that
am
again.
filled with awe at this. I want some of this action, so I'm swinging the sword, baby. I'm just swinging it. Nat 20.
Yes!
Let's
Yes!
go.
You know, I didn't want to say anything,
Go.
but I could literally feel it. I could
Oh,
feel
Let's
it.
go.
Are we about to break the PB 3 seconds later? That would
No,
be so
no.
perfect.
It definitely won't be
999.
that, but
So
that's-
how this is gonna work, I think, is it's the normal attack and then 66? Hang on, I gotta look this up.
This is awesome.
creatures decapitated if possible.
He said,
But I know,
he said
I know,
no.
I know that's not possible, but
It's sad.
You get to chop off a pity finger.
Aim for an arm. Can it chop off an arm?
It can definitely do that.
You
But
can
I don't
actually-
think I don't think you can reach him.
I can't stun an arm, but he can chop one off.
Roll the
I have
20.
the Vorpal
I mean, what do you want?
blade, man.
Okay, so
Yeah.
on a crit, what it looks like is you roll the normal damage, and then you roll an additional 6d8.
If I'm holding it one-handed, will that make it T10? Or, I'm
You
sorry,
mean two-handed? I don't.
Two-handed.
I
Because D8 is what I.
I think it's just extra 68. Period.
Okay, so do my original damage here. Okay.
Yes, the original damage is D10, like the base
Right.
damage. Does he double
Four.
that for the crit or no?
I don't know. I'm gonna say yes. I think that makes sense. So here's how it
What do I
works.
do?
Okay. You're doubling the original damage dice. So if you were doing 2d10s, you'll do 4.
Okay.
Then you'll add your bonus once, the like +5 or +6 or whatever.
Okay.
And then you'll add 6d8.
Oh.
Is Daneth's reign coming
No,
to its
no,
swift
it's not,
end?
it's not going to be anywhere close to Danus, but should do some damage. Okay. 68, right?
Yeah, 6d8 on top. Average would be 24.
64 damage total.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
Wow.
good.
Yeah.
That might have been a PB before Daneth just did it.
But wait, there's more because I want to use my extra attack and do it again.
Yeah. Crit again. Do it. I dare you.
I did crit, but the wrong crit.
Oh.
19?
You got a 20 and then a 1?
Oh no!
How do you keep doing this?
It happens so
much to me, and I don't understand. It's.
All right, well, you did
Yes.
68 damage or whatever it was, so you should be happy about that.
Yeah.
So you swing at the leg and just cleave at it, and it wails at this damage from Daneth and you. I mean, that's like over 150 damage in one turn, or something stupid. It takes all this damage, and then you swing again. You're like, yeah, and you take another swing, and you just spin around, and now you're facing away from it.
Am I close enough to like stop him from spinning?
I have no idea where everyone is, to be quite frank.
We're both in melee range, right? I'm gonna see the
Sure,
I'm gonna pull him over.
He's
pat him on the back.
cartoonishly spinning, and you catch him.
I charged up my sword.
Good job,
like
Jader.
Link to.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Here's what I know. Alencia is really far away. That's the
true.
extent of the information I am cognizant of.
I feel like we're all kind of tangled up in its legs somewhere.
Yeah, it's big
No,
and
I'm
reaches.
6 feet away, and that's it.
Alencia could just run away. Excellent. Well, after
I'm not
Jader...
I might die in like 1 turn. Okay.
Okay, wait, how much max health do you have?
Well, with the bonus, I have like 65.
We can make that happen. Elion, it's your turn.
Yo, let's go.
That's what I'm saying. This is just kind of.
What do I want to do? Let's find out here. So I'm gonna start with myself. What did I want to do? What did I want to do? Actually, we'll start with the shadow first. The shadow is gonna cast Bane on the thing, which is the anti-bless. That's right. I don't actually know how far we have left to go in this fight, but might as well do it now. So the thing must make a charisma saving throw.
I'm sure Brink monsters have tons of charisma.
Fail.
Fail. That's right. So whenever they make an attack roll or a saving throw, they must roll a d4 and subtract it. Then, what did I want to do? I had an idea, but I completely I blanked out on it. So, you know what? I guess Elion is just going to attack. I'll use Dissonant Whispers and I'll cast it at 3rd level. So, Wisdom saving throw.
Fail.
Fail. 5d6 psychic damage, and they must react by going the opposite direction.
They do so.
Oh.
They
Does
do
that
so.
incur a opportunity attack?
No, it doesn't. If you're compelled to move away, then it doesn't. It's
Let's
only
go,
if you do it when
Danny. Let's go, Danny. How much damage, Elion?
22.
Okay.
Then Elion is going to use their bonus action to Bardic Inspiration on the shadow again.
I can't tell if Adef wants us to win or not.
I don't know. I want someone to die.
As evidenced by the double fireball last turn.
Yeah.
Right?
But I'm not going to make anything. Like, I'm not going to bend the rules to make it happen. But I don't think I'd be doing my fair share if I didn't put up a fight.
Of course.
True.
It's part of it.
Right.
Absolutely.
And it's
Shadow.
6 players is just... It's hard. Everybody's just like, oh no, he took 100 damage. Here it is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, a boss with 1,000 health? Well, collectively we do 200 damage a turn, so... Actually, it doesn't
Be over
matter.
right away.
Off of his head.
All right, we know it's 1,000 health on the boss.
No.
Yeah.
No,
What,
it's
who
it's
did you
12.
heal? Who did you heal?
Yeah, so, he's going to use Healing Word, and he's going to use it on Veril, because Veril got hit really hard.
Oh, thank you.
18 plus 7 is 25 health. You
That's
have been
good.
refilled.
That is 1 fireball's worth.
That's true, yeah. And that is my turn. That's all I can do.
Okay.
Actually, question before we move on. That enlarge/reduce spell that I have, would you indulge me to use it like a stack? All it would do is add a d4 to.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want Haddock to be really fucking pissed.
Do whatever you want.
Got it.
That's next turn, though. If we
Okay.
get
Okay.
Your voice
Alencia.
go deeper, Haddock.
So I'm gonna do something really. No, I already made the joke. I'm gonna shoot him. Well, I'm gonna shoot at least one arrow at him, at it. And then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay. 13
Hit.
without stuff. Yeah, I was like, I figured it's the same armor class. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's see. 17, and then that would be 26. And I'll bank 9.
Okay.
Does anybody need any healing? No?
Varyl's got a fireball's worth of damage. I know that.
He's
Yeah,
got
he's pretty singed.
down 25, I think.
At the least.
Right. I didn't know if it would. If you had gotten hit from previous stuff, are you okay, Viral?
I have many hit points that I could be healed for.
That you could be healed for?
I think
Yes.
what Vero is trying to say is, yes, please heal me.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I gotta shoot you because I'm not close enough to toss anything to you.
Okay.
Okay. So I roll for it?
Yes. You roll against his armor class.
Okay. Well, I got a 19 without adding stuff, so I think
That hits.
Yes, it does.
Vero can
Okay.
attempt to catch, though, probably.
I sure can.
good. You should. Should I do that before rolling damage, right?
Roll
no,
damage.
You have to roll damage because whether it
Oh, okay.
reduce the damage.
I've licked it, but I'm only putting about half what I have in there, by the way.
Okay.
That's good. I got, let's see, a 1 plus 5, so that's 6. I think that's all I add, right?
How much damage is it total?
6.
Oh, so I would do 6, but then I'm giving you half of 54, which should be 27.
Yes.
Okay, so I do reduce the damage part to 0. by
Okay, so
catching.
then you take to 0. Okay, then you gain 27 hit points.
27.
Yes. If I reduce it to 0, I may throw it.
Okay.
And it counts as a thrown weapon as part of the same reaction of
Just
catching
an
it.
arrow, but go for it.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's better than nothing. I could just throw
It's
the
like a
arrow
dart.
over the bus. Yeah,
Just a
exactly.
dart.
I do have darts, so I'm going to use
Yeah,
the
just use
same
that.
damage. So this is... It counts as a monk weapon because it's a simple weapon, so I can use my my monk damage die. That is a 15 to hit,
Yes.
and it does 6 piercing damage.
Even not on Veryl's turn. Veryl is taking a turn.
And are any of you within 4 feet of it right now?
Not
All
so
of
much
us?
back.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of them, maybe.
I figured.
Oh, you're
It's
gonna
just
hail
a-
with thorns?
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Yeah,
Just
it moved
do
back,
it.
so I don't
Just
think
do
so.
it. Just hit them all.
Not,
A dog
not
don't
enough
care.
damage to it to be worth damaging
Sure.
everybody else.
Right.
I'm good.
Okay, Veryl, it is now your official turn.
Okay, great.
I'm moving an extra 5 feet away.
Okay, sure, Elle. Just keep running. Just keep going.
So,
I'm like, please don't set me on fire.
so Veryl's spidey senses tingle. He just catches an arrow from behind him that he didn't even see, chucks it at the boss, and then immediately goes for the quarterstaff swing.
Yeah, let's go.
The first one's a crit 1.
You fall prone.
Okay. Does that interrupt my my multi attack?
I don't know. You can
Well,
attack.
you
You can
decide.
attack. You can attack from prone with disadvantage, I think.
Right, but I mean, can I spend my movement to just get up instead, or?
I think so. Yeah, because you could, in theory, attack, move, multi-attack.
Yes.
So yeah, you can spend your movement speed to get up.
Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna. I
Man,
guess
I'm gonna
half
have
of
to
my
start
movement
making
speed.
crit ones like you accidentally kill yourself, because like there's no other way for it to
I would have
matter.
been dead like 30 times this series.
Yeah. Adef's like, ooh,
So
let's
many
let them come up with their own
times.
powers. It'll be totally fine.
The next hit is 18 to hit,
Yeah.
and it does 6 damage.
Okay.
Is the thing still glowing bright light within 30 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will. I used half my movement speed to get up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use disengage and move 25 feet back,
Okay.
which is the other half of my movement speed.
Okay. Sweet. After Varel is Hadak.
And he is pissed.
Excellent.
He is enlarged and he is in charge.
Yes.
And he also takes the spiritual weapon with serrated edges because it just looks cool that way.
Yeah.
And starts beating his chest, and blood just starts flowing on out as he gets even more angry, fervent with rage.
Better late
blood
than never.
red. Yep. As he calls upon the brink.
Erupting provocation.
Blood begins to run around Hadak's body, like veins on the outside of him, up through his fingers and his neck.
All right, we got that blood buff going, and with our bonus action, going to take a mighty swing at the would-be god.
The would-be god.
We're god killers, and that I'm sure that hits. Regular spiritual weapon is a 1d8 plus 2.
Plus being
Well-
big or whatever.
Plus, thank you for the
1d4,
1d4 for 10 damage.
Hadak, don't worry, I got you, Chief. I got you.
All right,
Next turn, I got you.
and I will
You
end
don't,
my
even, you don't
turn.
even worry your little heart about it.
He's big and he's in front of him. I'm just saying.
That's your turn? Excellent. Well, it's his turn, and he's gonna beat the shit out of you.
This is what ADF means when he says he's got you.
Yeah.
Well, because this technically combos with his brink, though this thing wouldn't know that. All it knows is massive guy in front. It's gonna attempt to slam you a couple times. Does a 20 hit you?
No,
A 20 does not hit you.
I have Shield of Faith buff.
That's right.
Is your armor class 19?
22.
How's your armor class 20 implicitly? What's happening? Alright, does a 24 hit you? It does.
Yes.
Okay. $23 damage. It just smacks you. 23 damage. It's
Good
gonna
hand.
do it again.
Okay.
24 hits.
Yep.
+15 18 damage that time.
What was the first one?
23.
Thank you.
Smack, smack. And then it's gonna fireball, which should hit Jader and Varel and oh no, Varel moved. I saw you unmute to say that, Danny.
It's like, not again!
It's gonna hit Hadak and Jader and Daneth, I'm pretty sure, and Elion's shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you also within melee range, Elion?
Um.
Didn't you stab it last turn?
Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna hit
Something
all
too.
those people for this much.
Oh, just okay.
And also, Hadak, I hope you're counting all these numbers.
Yep.
Don't die.
32 to everybody. That's 32 on Jader, Daneth, Shadow, Elion, and Hadak.
Ouch.
Nobody sees it. Nobody sees it, but my shadow is gone.
Aw. Gone but not forgotten. Well, actually, no one saw it, so gone and definitely forgotten.
Nobody even knew it was there, except for Daryl, who said, "Holy shit!"
Wait, how much damage did I just do in one turn? A lot. Not as much
Two
as
times, however many
You do
people.
as much as Daneth did.
Much more. Okay, so
150 damage or something.
it's then go. That was 3 attacks, right? Yeah, it has
Yes.
4 in second phase. Cool.
Well, tried swiping once and missed, and then swipe 2, and that
Did it miss once? Oh, that is 4. Okay, then it's done.
Yeah.
Good call,
Oh,
El.
thank God somebody counted.
Yes.
El's back there like.
Wait, stop! That's it.
Stop. Okay, Daneth. That's your union allowed number of hits. Daneth, it's your turn.
Okay. I think it was further away, so I'm gonna move back within 5 feet. Or forward. within
You're
5
still within melee range. You're fine.
Okay. And I no longer have Kyoko the Javelin, so I'm going to be swapping to my trusty longbow. And
Just roll both
Actually-
hits at once if you want.
debating whether or not to heal. No. I'll try and finish it off. Okay, both those hit. And damage. I'm not going to get my big strength bonus this time. Will be
Gamers, by the way,
24 total.
24,
24.
awesome.
I just in case anyone cares, ranged attack in melee range usually has disadvantage.
I don't care.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
But thank you.
Sure. Just wanted to keep it honest in case.
No, I appreciate it. Many times throughout both campaigns, Danny's knowledge of the rules has been supremely helpful. But that one, I don't know, that doesn't make any sense to me. A kill shot is that's cool. Anyway. Plus, it should have the most energy right at time of flight when it hasn't encountered any drag force yet. So I don't like that rule.
It would be hard to miss a bow shot when there's a massive monster taking up the
That's
entire
what
field of vision.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to remind everybody, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, literally, what are you doing? Go do that. Anyway, Daneth, is that your turn, my friend?
That is my turn.
Okay. We move now to Jader.
Well, I'm just gonna keep hacking away, man.
That's what it is.
I'm just gonna keep hacking.
That's what it is, baby.
That would be a 19, which is
It's a crit!
Yep, that's a crit for
But it's
any
not.
fighter.
But it's not the 6d8
It's,
crit.
I do not get
You
the D8.
just double the dice. But
Okay.
congratulations on the back-to-back turn crits, nonetheless.
Thank you. Wow,
Like,
that's
yeah.
three crits, if you count my crit one.
That's
Anyways, so wait, so that's 4.
One in 8,000 chance that you get 3 crits in a row.
Well, he had a slightly higher odds because it's 2 out of 20 instead of.
That's a very
Just
good
1 in
call.
1,000.
I count. Me do counting.
37,
Nice.
and then I'm gonna swing again.
Okay.
Does 18 hits,
Yeah.
right? Okay, and 13 for the second one.
Nice. This thing is looking bad, guys. You are doing it here.
Go.
You are doing it. Excellent. Is that your turn, Jader?
That's it.
Also, I know tonight was a lot of combat, but it's just how finales are. You gotta beat the thing, do the stuff. Elion, it's your turn.
All right. So part of me wants to use enlarge again, but Haddock, how are you doing on health? Are you healthy?
I am less than healthy. I'm probably the least healthy person on this
But isn't
this
that
whole
good?
roster.
Isn't that good for your brink, or is just taking damage good for your brink?
The latter.
Oh, so you can be healed.
Yeah, it doesn't like detract.
How much damage you're taking? Oh, good to
It's
know.
like
Okay,
it's like rage.
It's a different
in
mechanic.
Pokemon.
great. Okay.
In that case, I'm gonna do something confusing, sort of maybe. I'm going to.
Danger!
at the
Elion
fourth-
runs up to you and starts humping your leg.
That would be strange.
But that wouldn't help the brink that much.
Psychological damage.
You take 20 emotional damage.
I mean, okay, it's not quite that, but it is something like. No, it's not. Healing word first. We're gonna do that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast it at the 4th spell slot. So 4d4.
I love this song.
This is one of the first ones, right?
Yeah,
So
this is the first boss. This is
Yeah.
the first boss.
Ooh, good old Gundyr.
Yeah.
My
Did you-
turn is basically just buffing up Haddock, by the way.
Did you roll or should I roll?
I rolled.
Okay.
Because I'm healing my. Wait, no, I'm healing you. Yeah, I'm healing you. So 12 plus spell is 19. You get healed for 19.
Appreciate that.
And then I look up and I say, I'm sorry for this, but then I also stab you with my rapier.
Yeah, none of the other stuff hurt. None of the 80 damage from last turn hurt, but this is painful.
This is what he's
Yeah,
expecting.
emotional damage.
It's like stepping on a Lego.
Yeah.
Emotional damage
well-
is most painful.
This is kind of embarrassing.
Did you crit? Double the dice.
Like crit.
You're literally doing, but you're doing it intentionally to make his brink more powerful, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
okay. I'll
good.
follow it.
That's good.
So that does 14 damage. So I basically just kind of. I healed you a little bit.
I am lesser than healthy, the least that I was before.
I am lesser than healthy, the least that I was before. Write that on my tombstone.
And
My
there's the
descendants will be
comment
like,
on this YouTube video right there. Write it down.
It's a new how did the oven thing.
yes. Why do they call it oven when you in
Yeah.
the cold food? Of out hot, eat the food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just put that on.
Really impressed that you have that memorized.
Thank you.
I don't think I've read it correctly a single time in my life.
Yashi is a very dear friend, so I like to taunt him with it as much as possible.
Excellent. I guess that's my turn.
Cool. And Haddock, keep cashing that damage.
Yep.
Excellent. After Elion is Elencia. Let's see 2 arrow shots, baby.
Here we go. One. Okay, that one hits. This is a 20. Not a nat 20. And then that's going at blue dude.
Blue dude.
Blue
Yeah.
dude.
So that's 10, 15. So then that would be
23.
23, and I'd cash 8.
It's fun math every time.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the
And
ceiling
then,
function of the number divided by 2 plus the number. It's very fun.
God, I have to hit you for a lot if I want to try to heal you, Haddock. You have really high armor class. Fuck. I want to heal Haddock.
You have Bless. It could happen.
I do have Bless, and I still can use Bardic Inspiration.
That's true.
So I'm going to give it a shot.
Okay.
Okay, started at 19. This is good.
It's a hit. It's a hit.
20 plus my other stuff. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
Sweet.
Okay. So I'm hitting you, and I'm going to use all of my bagged health for you. So that's 35. So let's see how much I do, though. 4. So it would be 9. So that would be 26. But I would do 9 damage to you, and then you'd heal.
Yes, that's good. So you
So I do 9 damage, and then you heal 35. So your net count is
wait.
26.
So 9 damage.
You take
Yeah.
9 damage, that goes into your brink, and then you
heal 35.
heal 35.
Thank
After
you
you
very
take it.
much.
This is literally like Haddock is a punching bag.
But I helped. That was like
This is-
double help.
This is a really, really shitty spirit bomb that's about to go off.
Yeah.
Come on, guys! Beat
Then I'll
the
give a big
fuck out of
thumbs
me!
up. Big paws up. Here to the party who's way away from me. I'm like,
Go, guys!
hey!
All right, Varel, it's your turn.
Okay. Varel is going to approach the creature and hit it with his quarterstaff. Okay. 19 for the first one, and got to roll bless on the next one. 13. 13 hits. Okay. $19 damage in total for the 2 hits.
Okay.
And Varel can sense that this is coming down to the wire, so rather than be safe, he's gonna put it all on the line, stay nearby, and use a bonus action to use Flurry of Blows. And he's just going to try to punch the monster twice. In doing so, he's going to try to muster a bit of brink energy in his hand as he's been practicing and see what happens on contact on the first punch.
Okay.
You seem really prepared.
Yes.
I'm always really prepared.
Okay, the first one is, gotta roll bless on that one because it's close, a 14.
Hit.
And the second one is a higher than 13.
Add a d4 to both.
Ooh, okay. To the damage?
Yeah.
Okay. 5
Yeah, we
plus
should
3
be
is
practicing.
8. And 1 plus 3 is 4, so that's 12. And plus 5 on each punch is 22 from the 2 punches.
Let's go.
You feel that you're training. Nobody else has been giving a crap about any of this. But Varel, in all his spare time, including he only has to sleep half as long as you guys, he is just constantly doing this garbage where he's practicing putting his brink into his hand. And he can kind of do it now. And so you gain a little bit of energy from the punch.
Awesome.
Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay, Hadak, let's see it.
Wait, is releasing my brink a full action or a bonus action?
I believe it's an action. If you choose to do this one, I think it's an action.
But just like releasing, like the AOE one is a
I think
bonus
the
action?
I don't know. They're both an action, probably. Do you want a hint?
If the DM allows.
I think you should release it.
Do it now, Gohan!
Release the Kraken.
Well,
I'm like stabbing at your ankle, trying to get you to do the thing.
okay. Well. Let me take my bonus action first. All right. I still have spiritual weapon. I'll take a stab at me with it.
Yes, I was hoping you would do that.
I'll take a stab at me with it. I hit me. 1d8 plus 1d8. Wait, hold on.
I'm pretty sure I've seen this in the show. This exact same concept.
1d8 plus 2. Sure, we'll take off 4 plus 4.
Plus 1d4 because you're big.
Hell yeah.
That's right.
You go, I give you extra
Didn't
room.
Plus
get account for
another
that, he just dies.
4. Well, if it wasn't for Valencia, I probably would have been dead. But taking all of that in stock is 106 points of damage.
PB,
You had
personal
to.
best.
You had to one-up me, Hadak.
Now I'm looking in awe at Hadak.
As he raises both of his hands, and with a thunderous clap, and with a voracious roar, breaks the sound barrier.
Yeah!
And
The
attempts
blood-
to extinguish this flame
The
of
blood
brink.
on Hadak's body suddenly blasts out of his fingertips at the speed of light. 3 times 10 to the 8th meters per second out of Hadak's hand. It's out of his hands, and then it's across the room. And it splits the monster in half. It's like... It's like a pressure thing, and it just fucking annihilates it. And the beam goes straight through the center of Troyo, and blood starts flowing out into the beast. It wasn't literally the speed of light, but it's very fast. If we were going the speed of light, we'd have to deal with, like, Haddock bent time for a second, but we're not gonna...
Hey, the physical
Just a
constants may
hair
be different
under.
in this universe, you know?
What'd you say, Dana?
The physical constants may be different in this universe.
That's true. Maybe sea level... Well, this is the same universe that Earth exists in canonically, so we can't bend it too much. So, I mean, it writhes in pain. It's bursting blue flames to and fro. And truly, the sky darkens beyond belief now, and lightning cracks down all around you guys. It's horrifying. And rain is pelting down on you. And in a last-ditch effort, it looks like it's falling. It's ready to die, and it reaches into its mouth with all three hands, and it yanks Troyo out. And he just lifelessly, like, shakes back and forth, and it drops him and eats him. And now it just, it convulses for a second, spins, grows, and falls to the ground. And its brink energy starts to sink into the ground. It looks like you've truly killed this thing. It's tried to hold on with the last grips of life. But then suddenly motion. An arm grows out the back. An arm grows out the back. It starts standing up and growing 10 times, 20 times as large. It grows. It's now taller than the God's Wall, and it begins to swipe around slowly, its behemoth arms swiping, and it destroys the God's Wall in one fell swoop. The wall is absolutely obliterated. You start seeing the waves outside the God's Wall as these massive chunks fall into the waves. Spurts of water, trees obliterated. You're holding on for dear life as wind, turbulence, comes to and fro. And then you just hear a voice in the distance. I can stop this! Please let me do this! And you turn Haddock, and the rest of you, and a young girl stands at the tree line.
Oh no.
And she runs up to Haddock, and through the gale force winds, her dress blowing, and she grabs you and she's shaking at your leg. She's like, please stop this! I can stop this!
Let's see. Well, he would. He would definitely recognize the girl, and sort of try to come to his senses after having used that brink to literally be blood red with rage. But the sight of this girl kind of brings him to a calm, to an understanding, and to a trust.
Salarinia, her name is... It's here. Salarinia Milthron, who is the noble girl who was chosen as the offering of Salstroke this year that was met in episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 3. And she begs and pleads with all of you. She's like, please, above the rain and the lightning and the thunder and the wind, she's begging with all of you to let her do this. Like, she's looking for permission.
What do you need from us?
What are you going to do?
She says, I need you to protect me for like a minute.
You have my sword.
And you have my shield.
bow.
Elle kind of runs up to the group a little bit. She's like, hey, sorry. Yeah, of course.
I was busy counting.
I was helping.
And she says, I think I'm going to need time to collect this much. And she pulls out a small hairpin, and she cuts her finger. And she starts collecting brink energy, almost in like a prayer to herself. And she just like huddles down on the ground, and blue flames start like hurtling towards her. And I'm gonna need everybody to roll dexterity saving throws, please. With bless. Because, as we know, only 10 minutes have elapsed. Or has it? I feel like it's been a billion turns.
It was 5 turns when
All right, then
When
let's
we
say
killed it.
Bless is gone. Let's say Bless is finished.
Okay.
Or is it 6 turns total, right? Is that right?
It's 10 turns
It's
total.
10 turns? Okay, Bless is still around. Dex saving throw with
Okay.
Bless.
Let's move my dice back.
Sorry.
Yeah, we still have like 5 turns left at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Daneth.
26.
Varel.
23.
Jader.
19.
Valencia.
23.
Elion.
16.
Hadak.
Also 19.
Nice. All right, Hadak. A flame comes hurtling towards her, almost in the shape of a spear, as the monster has now turned into, like, it's got serpents for arms now, and it has this dragon-like head, and then the head morphs into a lion, and then a tiger, and then some amorphous shape, and the flames are spurting, and it's growing larger. And a flame comes hurtling towards it, and Hadak, your spiritual weapon, slices and cuts the flame in half, and it splits. Elion, a flame comes hurtling down, and you send the bird up, and the bird is able to hit the flame and dispel. Varel, you collect Brink in your hand and punch one of the flames and it dispels. Jader, of course, the Vorpal blade slice up a long flame that comes hurtling towards her. And Valencia, you loose a psychotic arrow that splits it and it cuts into 4 and slides around the sides of you. And Daneth, which weapon do you want? Which of your named weapons would you like to use?
I'll assume I've picked up Kyoko the javelin again.
All right, you just hold it in front, and a flame comes right for the tip and just splits. And this keeps happening. Flames keep bombarding, and you're all just slicing, and jabbing at it and grabbing these flames and taking some of them. You all take some damage, blah, blah, blah. These flames are barraging the group of you that are huddling towards you, getting closer and closer and closer. And she's, okay, I'm ready. And she looks up at the thing and she says, quid pro quo! And as she says quid pro quo, the thing and flames begin to fall down from the sky, slowly wiltering. And the sky begins to clear a little bit. And it looks as though the thing is truly, truly defeated.
Is she okay?
You look down, and she's fast asleep.
Okay. Okay. Little nerve.
I rush
Sleep
her
is
and
good.
cradle her in my arms and pick her up.
So, it appears as though the final beast has been defeated. This manifestation of Brink energy created from 30 years of offerings, 120 sacrifices at least, not counting whoever else the gods might have brought in. Created this thing, and then it was infested with Troyo's energy to create this horrible monster, and both have now been defeated. The gods are killed. The prophecy has been deflected. Varel, your journey potentially comes to a close today. Gamers, congratulations. The thing had 900 health? Something like that.
Work crew.
Nice job, guys. Let's get some pogs in the chat. Let's get some taps. Let's get some emotes. Congratulations. Everybody, I feel like everybody used their Brinks to the fullest potential. Everybody used cool stuff. Everybody thought of, this is a good... it's great. So...
My turn was like... Pew, 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 pew.
And yet, you did more damage than almost anyone. So, So,
Kept the doc alive.
as the day progresses, we're just gonna finish it out here. If everybody's cool, everybody's chilling, we can finish it out
Let's
here.
go.
Okay. And I'm gonna fade out this song, and let's go to something a little more casual. The Atmospheres. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. I don't know what to play. So, the day progresses, and forces come through the God's Wall, right? The pirates come, Arello comes on the Golden Razor because they've seen... this whole encounter lasted, 10 minutes? And the day shifted forward, the weather completely changed worldwide, the waves became so turbulent you could hardly sail. This is crazy stuff happening at Zethus, right? And it's clearly you guys were at the epicenter, so everybody came to your aid because there's nothing left to do at Terrell, really, except clean up spare trash and spare enemies that had run amok. And so all of these sort of heroes, the combined forces, come to your aid, and so you're exhausted. All of you are exhausted. You've been down to 10 health, up to 50, down to 10 health, up to 80. Except Elle's like, guys, what? Is everybody tired?
I was having a good time back there.
But, certainly it was exhausting nonetheless. 2 back-to-back battles with the strongest creatures that have ostensibly ever existed in this world. Save maybe Steven? Who knows? But, and so you get taken back to Solstroke. To Velerhent, the capital city of Solstroke, and I'll pull up the map for everybody. One final time, probably. And you're given a long rest, of course. You have many days of peace and calm. And I'm not going to do the whole thing I did in Campaign 1 where I was like, what's everybody going to do now? Because I don't want to be a broken record. But, you all have a really nice time. You reconnect with people. Varel, your people are there. Jader, you and Daneth maybe resolve your differences. Who knows? That's up to you.
We did. I say we did.
Haddock,
Absolutely.
The Castash government offers you a place, and Daneth among them. Releron, Bernard Claxon offers Jader a place as one of the main captains. He asks Alencia to be one of the... just like a sort of emissary between the forest and the city, because he's worried about that connection. And Elione, of course, your mother asks you to join her. Aurella's also like, I'm going wherever you're going. You can deal with that however you want. But there's also a ceremony planned. Because Katya the First came into your room at some point in the days following and revealed to you that the girl, Salarinia, her brink, as they had found out, when she uses quid pro quo, she can instantly kill any creature that is her target. But in return, she falls into a deep coma that is proportional to how powerful the creature was. So Katya reveals to you that potentially she may never wake. And a ceremony is planned to honor her. And they erect basically at the center of the tallest place and I'll pull back to you guys now. In the center of the tallest place in Velerhent, there is sort of this, overlooking the sea, a large acropolis, essentially. And they erect a memorial for her. And she's not dead, and she won't age. She's just asleep. And she lives in this sort of chamber, this like brink-made chamber, with a statue of her. And it's under this sort of, gazebo's not the right word, obviously, that's too cavalier, but it has like, Corinthian columns and a nice dome over it and steps on all sides. And you and the combined forces of Releron, Dwome, Castash, Solstroke, the Pirates Archipelago, you all meet in this massive, Return of the King style. Everybody's here, let's have a celebration. And Katya the First stands to speak. She says, and perhaps we should do some actual nice music. That's not right. This is good.
That's what she says?
That's not right.
Perhaps we should do some nice music.
She says, the people of Liseptia have lived in fear of the gods for hundreds of years. The Edict of Dea Mortis is no longer necessary as the brave heroes, perhaps 6 of the bravest men and women to ever live in our fine lands, bested the tyrants behind the scenes. We owe our undying gratitude to Varel of Solstroke, Elione of Dwome, Daneth of Castash, Jader of Releron, Haddock of Castash, and Alencia of Releron. Over 100, and there's applause throughout as they offer the 6 of you to stand, and you're in the front row of one of these sort of long columns of people. There's 4 just basically big groups. There's hundreds, thousands probably gathered, and people are applauding as they look at you, and they've heard stories about you. Most of them never seen you. And there's murmurs, people are excited to see you. And she says, over 100 years ago, my great-grandfather was killed by Urelian. My grandmother urged the great nations of this ocean to go to war together against the gods, forming the only complete alliance this world has ever seen. They fought together, yes, and lost together as one. Today we honor not only the fallen, but also the fact that we honor our ancestors' legacy by continuing that alliance. I, Katya the First of Solstroke, inheritor of the will of my grandmother, Stefania II, hereby declare the Edict of Dera Mortis null and void, as its purpose is complete. And everybody cheers. This sort of law, this binding contract, has been held over the heads of the nations for some time as this is the end goal, guys. We gotta kill the gods eventually. She says, without a common enemy, we now face the hard truth that our peace will have to be sustained through hard work and determination. I declare a new edict. The Edict of Salarinia. She points at the grave, essentially. The monument. Honoring the young woman who sacrificed everything to protect us today. And everyone cheers. This edict declares that all 4 nations and the pirate colony, and Yalto's like, recognized by a state leader, shall work together toward a common good, not because of a common enemy, but because of a common goal. Bettering the world for all. Do I hear an aye from all leaders of the other nations? And Carlisle stands and says aye. Yalto says aye. Clarice stands and says we. Bernard Claxon says ya. And there are cheers aplenty. Additionally, no longer will our youths live in fear that they may be given to the gods as an offering. We enter now a new era free of the troubles of yesterday. This does not mean that the work is done, but now is the time for rebuilding. Join me and raise a glass for tomorrow. And everyone cheers. There are people handing out champagne to everyone, and people raise a glass. Aurello urges Veril to drink. He's like, come on. And everybody cheers. And before I flash forward to what happens next, if there's anything any of you would like to say to anybody, including each other in character, now is the time.
I was hoping we could have a little memorial for Steven.
Yes, absolutely. With the other players like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say that gathered after this, maybe a few days after this, and this is not the right song. The 6 of you sort of gathered, and Elion, you have his suit jacket. And how you choose to honor him is up to you. But the 6 of you sort of have this sullen moment, and, it's up to you guys how you want to sort of set this off.
Kind of wanted to put his jacket on the mound, actually. If we were near it, you know what I mean?
We're on the same continent right now.
Mm-hmm.
Would be a bit of a journey, but
Yeah, I feel like I think that's fitting. That's, where you met him the first time. So the 6 of you journey together. You go through the woods in Solstroke. You see the familiar sights of what happened just 30 days ago. But what feels like almost a lifetime ago. You've grown and changed so much as individuals, as a team, as friends. You see where you fought the massive tree beast. You saw where you freed its spirit. You saw the woods where you fought the massive, the little vine guys. You make it to the base of the mound. You see the statues with the souls on it. You make it to the top of the mound and you place the suit down.
I was gonna do a little jungle prayer. She likes to do that.
Would anybody like to say anything?
I just kind of remove my hat and put it to my chest.
Elion was wearing a hat this whole time? Oh my god.
Oh, I had no idea.
He
looked
taught us
there.
Portuguese. For that, I'm thankful.
I didn't have the strongest opinion of Steven at the start. I'm just looking down there. I'm looking down there. Steven, you're all right. You're all right.
I'd like to erect like a cairn, an arrangement of rocks on top of the jacket. It's just like a memorial.
Oh,
Sure.
And as the cleric, I would like to sort of first say a bit of a prayer to wish him well on his passing to the other plane.
Sure.
And then also christening with holy water, so that this place stays consecrated and protected.
Oh.
I would like to dig a very small. We still have our brink powers, right?
Yes, correct.
Dig a very small hole as deep as I can possibly go, just to pay my respects.
Sure.
As I learned so much of my brink from him.
Absolutely. So all of you share this tender moment, and this really feels like closure for you. This is it. You're done, and you've been asked to do various things by various leaders, but what you choose to do now is your future, your journey, and your desire. The world is yours. You've saved it, and what you choose to do with your time is up to you. And with that in mind, you go maybe your separate ways, maybe you don't, I don't know. But
Do we still have the radio device? The super secret stone?
the sending stones,
The sending stones.
you
yeah.
can communicate with each other for sure.
Yeah, we get some more of those.
But, Veril, as you drift off to sleep that night, you have a dream. Seems to be another vision, you're not quite sure. It doesn't really feel potent enough to be a vision. Maybe it's just a dream, you're not sure. It's not enough to put stock in. When you wake up the next morning, you're not even sure it was real. You kind of place it out of your mind. You're done, you're finished, your task is complete. But the dream happens nonetheless. Somewhere, in a small, dark back room of a shop, a man looks at a bright blue sphere with glowing energy inside. I'm so lucky that they didn't pick this up after they killed that thing. Who knows what marvelous or odd things may be inside of it. It's my lucky day. And this vision isn't exactly as clear as the others. It may just be a dream, who knows? But it truly does seem ominous. What intentions does this strange man have for this strange object? What ramifications does that have for this world? Who truly knows? You drift back to sleep. And now, out of any of your minds, and truly just in the metaverse, we go now, and I'm pausing the music, we go now to a white room with pale blue curtains surrounding us, a lone bed. Beep, 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 beep. A heart monitor blinks nearby. A man wakes in a hospital bed. He looks around and sees some words on a desk nearby. Manhattan General Hospital. As he comes to, a doctor rushes into the room. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Blink if you can hear me. The man blinks. We found you in your apartment, passed out on the floor in a pool of blood with unfathomable injuries. How are you feeling? Can you talk? What happened to you? The man manages to sit up, and he speaks. Yes, I think I can. He appears to be in shock, unaware if this is a dream or not. How can he be back? How long was I out? After we found you, brought you here, and treated you, you were unconscious for about a week. You actually have a visitor. Your first visitor? What a coincidence that you just happened to wake up as soon as she got here. Must be fate, no? Miss Sarah, was it? He's awake. And a brunette woman with kind eyes enters the hospital room and looks at the man. Hey, Steven, how you holding up? Steven, shocked to see her, responds, I've been better. Could really use a cigarette, to be honest. I hope my friends are all right. It's good to see you. It's good to be back. Steven looks down at where the IV drip enters his arm. Still unsure of his reality, unsure of what has happened to be real, Steven begins to think. He stares more intently at the IV drip's needle. As he concentrates on it, blue energy appears from within the opening in his arm. Speedrunners and Dragons will return for Campaign 3 in 2022.
Yay! Oh, so good.
Fantastic.
It's done. I'm done. No more.
Like, you guys are cool. Everybody go away.
No more. But yes, everybody get pumped. Tell your friends to watch Campaign 2 because I don't want to say too much, but Campaign 3 will rely heavily on events that took place in Campaign 2. That is all I'll say. So every...
Any world you wanted to do?
I can't say. I'll never tell.
Okay.
I'll never tell. But gamers, yes, thank you so much. I obviously have to do my thank yous. Thank you to all of you, obviously, for watching and supporting throughout this entire process. Campaign 2 has been more of an undertaking than Campaign 1 by like threefold, but it's been very fun to do. I've really enjoyed it, and has given me opportunity to close up a lot of cool like stories that I'd been curious about. And I'd like to thank the players for being ever so willing to participate and dynamically engage in said world. Without you, it literally would not be possible. And thank you for your time and your patience. And that's really all from me. But it wouldn't be Speedrunners & Dragons unless we had plugs. So the music's coming back. Which one? This one. And gamers, plug away. Plug to your heart's content. What's going on? Who are you? Dangers, please.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Dangers, twitch.tv/Dangers. I speedrun Mario games. And that's kind of the deal. We do a little bit of variety on the side. I think my next stream is actually going to be on Saturday, and Fabled Gamer Fur _
Fabled
is doing a... I love Fur's crazy ideas. So Fur is doing a Mario Party Superstars like community clash, so like 4 different streamers, but it's also Twitch plays, so each community controls the character of their said streamer.
Sick.
That's happening on Saturday. So
Nice.
that's gonna be fun.
Cool. That's
Otherwise,
really
I just
cool.
play, Mario games, and I play them fast. So
Nice. Danny B.
What's up? I'm Danny. I have been your Veryl, and
My Vera.
that's right. I am a Zelda speedrunner. I'm working on learning the glitchless any % speedrun for all of the 3D Zelda games. Hopefully to play them in a continuous marathon sometime next year once that project is complete. And I'm also working on individual level speedruns, trying to sweep the board for Ocarina of Time. So that's what I'm working on. Next stream is Saturday.
Kung Fu Fruit Cup.
Hi. Hey. New Pokemon comes out tomorrow, so I'll be playing a lot of that. And I'm doing Persona 3, and I play Beat Saber, and then other Nintendo things. Nintendo's really nice to me. I like Nintendo a lot. I do a lot of stuff. There. That's most of it.
Very nice. The Blacktastic.
Or you can just call me Bobby. I have been a doc for this season. First off, before the plug, I just want to say thank you to adef for hosting season Speedrunners and Dragons for his second season. Not only did it like make me come out of my shell throughout like pandemia, but also I've grown really close with like some of the season 1 folks. I've built really great friendships with the guys from season 2. Like, I'm really glad to have been here and met all of you this way. Like couldn't have been better. But if you do want to find me on social media or any other platform, the Blacktastic is the way to find me. I am taking on top times in Castlevania games. I actually just recently had a really nice world record for Rondo of Blood on a console, which had never been done before, I don't think, getting the 1430. But anyways, that's what I do. Do a lot of retro endgame speed runs. It would be an honor if you would join me tomorrow.
And Fant.
I'm always bad at the plugs part. I can only really effectively plug for other people, but you're gonna find a lot of randomizer on my channel. Do competitive randomizer all the time and Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time. I'm bringing back some more traditional speedruns with Link to the Past, a variety of things in there. Want to get good at the major glitches category, which is just freaking wild.
Nice.
For other reasons. And then I'm also going to be starting to do some Metroid speedruns, Metroid Dread.
Nice.
So look forward to that soon. And if I'm not doing any of that, I'm generally going through like casual playthroughs of a whole variety of games. Right now, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, which is one of those animated lawyer games, which are fantastic. So that's kind of the content you'll be seeing on my stream.
Nice. And Dan Good Repairs David. last but certainly not least.
That's me. Honestly, the biggest thing I want to plug is adef and his channel, YouTube, Speedrunners and Dragons, Twitch channel, because this has been a incredible experience. This was my first time playing Dungeons & Dragons. I had no idea what to expect. Was very nervous, was playing with a lot of unfamiliar faces who I now call friends. And just, it's been an absolute honor. And I know how much work, I can't even say, like, I don't even understand how much work would have gone into making this happen. So just check out adef. That's what I want to plug.
All right,
I
well,
almost did that.
check out Dave. 12 Games of Christmas. You should check it out. I started writing this campaign in March of this year, and there are probably 60 or over 100 pages of lore and episode. So this one topped campaign 1 for sure in terms of breadth of things. There's an actual timeline if anyone wants to read it. It's from year 0 to present. But yes, I almost cried only twice during the plugs, which is a new personal record from last year where I did cry. So, but thank you everybody so much. If you have watched on YouTube, I know so many of you say that you binge it, which is literal insanity to me. Like, I can't, the idea, when I think of binging, I think of like, oh, I'm gonna go watch Squid Game or whatever, like, you know, multi-million-dollar thing made by people who know what they're doing. But I don't ever think about like, oh, a thing I wrote. So thank you. It means the world to me, and I know to the players as well. Campaign 3 will be bigger, better, faster, stronger, harder, better, faster, stronger. That I can guarantee. And thank you ever so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe, share with your friends, and have an excellent, wonderful day. And perhaps if it's going to be a while, a wonderful rest of your year and holiday season. Bye-bye.